This is the regular board meeting of June 5th, 2025. It is now 4:06. We will begin roll call.
President Joe,
Present.
Vice President Lay,
Here.
Clerk Chavez,
Here.
Member Herrera,
Here.
Member Cortese.
Here.
We will now recess to close sessions. There is no public comment since no one's here.
Let's do that. Right there, I'm gonna go get this to her, Heather. I'll come back and get it, okay?
Okay, got it.
You got it? Okay, I'll get it off the desk.
All right.
We will now resume open sessions and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome. A new item 4.01, any person may address the board on any item on the meeting agenda. Information explaining the board meeting procedures and how members of the public can address the board will be read. Person wishing to address the board may participate and comment as follows. In-person public comment may be made in person in the meeting room by filling out the public speaker request form at the room entrance, one of these. You may also raise your virtual hand in Zoom to request to speak and offer comment in real time. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Person may also fill out a speaker request form via online submissions at https://form.gle. Comment should be limited to no more than 1,000 characters in length. Please reference in your submissions the agenda item number for your comment. Your comment will be read out loud as part of the public meeting. Adoption of the agenda. 501, the superintendent and/or board member may request that item be removed from the agenda for considerations and/or carried to future board meeting for considerations and actions, and/or that the board take actions in regular meeting on a subject not listed on the public's agenda on an emergency basis or other basis allowed by law. Government Code 54954.2. Superintendent, do you have any item you'd like to request or board?
None for 501.
Okay. 601. Information Technology Department, recipient of the Santa Clara County School Board Association Glenn W. Hoffman Exemplary Program Award and Christy Porter Outstanding Program Award. Access is signed. Superintendent Venezi?
Yeah, pretty great. A number of years ago, it was identified that if you're going to be a 21st century learner and you're going to move and put your assignments online, that when you get home, you should probably have access to Wi-Fi. Otherwise, you don't have access to those assignments and our inability to complete assignments and turn them into your electronic email and get to turn it in into your locker. And this district and the leadership and former superintendent Chris Funk, and along with the fantastic IT department, said we can do something about that. And the voters of Eastside said you should do something about that and passed a tech bond. And so we now have across 8 of the neighborhoods within the city of San Jose who at that time were without access to Wi-Fi. And therefore the laptops that we issued them, if there was not Wi-Fi at the home, it was not accessible for that work. And this IT team, each of the members and also the leadership of Mr. Randy Phelps figured out how to get this done, partnered with the city, found the right supplier and the right equipment, the right way to install, the right way to power, the right way to get things logged on, so that like I say, over 8 of our neighborhoods that previously most without access to Wi-Fi have the ability to do so free of charge. That's an amazing thing. And it's something that's great for our community, but it's also a lesson for the rest of California that this is possible. You can do this. And if we're going to address educational disparities, this is one of the things that you need to address as a system. So this year, that project, Access Eastside, was recommended for the Glenn H. Hoffman Exemplary Program Award. And they won it. And I think they deserve a round of applause for that. And I say they to thank them for all the work. And I say we won it in the sense that as a East Side community, the leadership and the use is demonstrated. It'd be one thing to build it. It's a different thing that people are using it, right? And so that's part of why this program is recognized. Now, there were 5 other programs that also received a Glenn H. Hoffman Award that night and this year. But of those 6, I'm proud to report that the Access Eastside won the Christy Porter Outstanding Program Award. That of all of those 6 programs, this was the one that they thought made the most impact and should be most replicated across the state. And for that, I'd like to ask the IT department to come on up. We'd like to recognize you, and I'd like you guys to just keep clapping and saying good things. You want to help it? All right. So the fact that the board members haven't come down to take a picture, because we know they love pictures, means that they're expecting a speech. Would someone be willing to tell us a little bit from the IT perspective? Hey, this is what we're proud of the work we did and how we did it.
I actually know how this works. Just being in this room and knowing that how far we've come in all the years in this room, as far as how easy it is to watch our meetings online and things like that. This team is amazing. The range of skills that they have is there's so many things you have to know in IT, and everyone here knows something that somebody else doesn't know. There's lots of systems to run. We're so grateful to the voters of Eastside. We're so grateful to our educators who inspire us every day and ask us to do things that we could never even imagine, and then we figure out how it works, and then it becomes a normal part of their classroom. Our leadership, our board consistently lets us try things that we tell them that it's an idea and maybe it'll work. We think it will, and they've always voted in favor of it. From Dave Cortese, the 2 mayors, Matt Mahan and Sam Liccardo, hugely helpful. All the city council people, every time I've appeared in front of them, they voted to do our project, which if you think of the city, it's a huge city and half the people are on the other side where they don't need anything. And yet they always voted for us because they believed in it. The other thing I will tell you is that all the managers in the city of San Jose, of which there are many, they worked hard. There were many times this program almost got stopped, and all of them volunteered time and effort and everything else. So this is a great thing. We have about 70,000 people who access our Wi-Fi every day. in the community. And it's not just for our students, it's for any community member. You can join that SJCC. If you see that, that's us. And we did that together. And we pooled our money together and our thoughts and our beliefs. And we brought to our community what we think is a really, really, really vital thing. It's as important as water. Our kids get as good a shot at the world as all the other kids, and that's what we wanted in the first place. And I remember Superintendent Vandersey, when he was the principal at James Lick, he and I talking about it, and he goes, "You're going to do James Lick first, right?" And I said, "We are," and we did. And all I can say is it's a great program. We're financing it so that we can have it for many years. It's not something that'll just go away. We built it to be sustained, and and the biggest thing is we're very, very grateful to our community for all of this. So thank you.
Hey, I don't want, yeah, right on. Randy, I don't want to like game show you here right now, but could you give us a sense? I know coverage isn't 100% because of how we map stuff out, but could you give us some of the schools that probably were the kind of the hubs of this connectivity?
Right. So the biggest thing we did was we asked who needed access, and then we got some very smart people, and we studied where our kids lived. So if you think that the Wi-Fi would come from the schools, it doesn't actually come from the schools. We use the light standards and the traffic lights and things like that. And so we used Google Maps, and we studied where our kids were, which ones we knew needed the extra assistance. So neighborhoods in, near Yerba Buena, James Lick, let's see, Overfelt, Independence. Those are all biggies, all the ones you can imagine. And there were a couple of neighborhoods they said, we're good, we don't really need it, so focus the dollars there. So what we did was we put the Wi-Fi where our kids live. We were able to reach about 70% of them in those neighborhoods. The ones we can't, we were also the first district in California to win what was then called the Sprint Grant, where we were able to give bricks, data bricks, to the families that couldn't get on the Wi-Fi. Then when Sprint was part of T-Mobile, then we continued, and that became the 10 million project. And so we've always been able to give out bricks. During COVID, we were the only district that already had Wi-Fi in place, and we already had bricks, so our kids were in class within 2 days, which was great. And then we actually had extra, and we lent some of the other districts bricks because they needed them too, and kids are kids, right? So so about 70% in each of the neighborhoods. It doesn't reach everybody, but if you ever run into trouble, let us know, and we'll see what we can do.
All right, so thank you for all in attendance. Get the word out that this is here. Access Eastside.
There's one statistics that I liked Randy to mention. When he started here, he have roughly the same amount of staff that he has now. But how many more devices are you managing today versus when you first started?
So the first day that I was at Eastside, Gilbert, who's here, I asked Gilbert, how many machines do we have on the network? And he said 1,836. Today, we have about 31,000 devices. We have exactly the same, well, actually, we have one fewer person in our department than we had that day. And yet, our morale is high, and our guys are really productive, and we get it all done.
For the public, you may not know that the two award they receive, the second one is a very significant one. It's only one for the highest in the county, and our team very fortunate to a privilege and honor to nominate them for the award. But I have no doubt that they was going to win. Anytime you go from 1,800 devices to 31,000, almost 32,000 devices with the same amount of staff, that's an impressive accomplishment and helping significant amount of our students in some of the most challenging underserved community. So thank you for doing that work and for all the elected who champion and advocate for the process. Item 701, comment from our Student Governing Board Representative, Katie Hyong, and her guests.
Hello, everyone. So we had our last in-person SGB meeting last Monday, and we had our chair and vice chair elections to elect one new student to sit here next year. And I'd like to introduce Adeline Lay and Javier Arciga. I have known them for a long time through SGB, and they've helped me tremendously with leadership training. And I know that the future of SGB is really bright and good in their hands. So I'd like to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Adeline Lee. I'm super excited to be your next chair, and I look forward to working with you all.
Hello, everyone. My name is Javier Arciga, and I'm vice chair for this upcoming term. And I'm just really grateful to be elected and just be here with all of you right now.
Thank you. Also, Adeline's from Independence and Javier's from James Lick. Yeah.
801, the superintendent and our board member. Oh, sorry.
Before we move on to 801, yeah, I was wondering if we could recognize Katie's work and her leadership this year. And I don't know, as a representative, if you could take that bouquet and come forward. And Katie, that the flowers are yellow and the bow is blue because Katie will be enrolling at the University of California at Berkeley this fall. Yeah. So please come forward for a photo because that's what we do here. Katie really demonstrated a lot of leadership just in terms of providing focus, looking for a greater diversity of voice and outreach. And it was really instrumental in making sure that what the work that happened in here as a meeting is getting out to more students. I want to thank you for moving the conversation from here out with the student body, even the multicultural event of last week. And also just the representation on the board. You've been very intentional to try to make sure that our board reflects our student body. And I want to thank you for that leadership and really much looking forward to post-university success, what that leadership is going to do for our world. So thank you very much.
Picture? Oh, take them. I also want to say a few words that, I've been working with Patty Cotizzi to support SGB Student Governing Board, and Katie is just wonderful. Is chair for SGB, and I could be more proud that, she's now move on to UC Berkeley, right? And that's really excellent. And with her leadership and her time involving with SGB, as well as the multicultural, I could not say thank you for all, your work. So congratulations again. And don't be a stranger to us, okay? Be in touch.
Thank you. 801. Sorry. You want to say something?
Well, in the interest of time, I'll say ditto because I don't want to go on and on, but I also don't want this moment to go unacknowledged because Katie, your service in this role has been incredible. And I'm so pleased with the SGB and their choice for our new elected leaders for next year. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And we all have lunch today. So the gavel has been handed over, and Katie's actually going to help us do some recruiting for the fall. So I think we're going to have a really, really strong student governing board next year.
Now we go to 801. The superintendent and or board member may request that item be considered, discussed, and or acted on out of the order indicated on the agenda as per schedule.
Yes, I'm going to ask that item 1502 move to be 802, which is now,
I heard 1502
to 802.
to 802. Got it. All right.
Good evening. Thank you for having me this evening. It's a privilege for me to be representing the Community Bond Oversight, known as the CBOC from here forward, which is made up of elected members of various connections to the Eastside Union High School District that represent the community which makes up this great district. Pursuant to Section 15278 of the Education Code, the district is obligated to establish a Citizen Bond Oversight Committee in order to satisfy accountability requirements for Proposition 39 type general obligation bonds. The committee is required to consist of a minimum of 7 members appointed by the Board of Trustees. No employees or officials of the district can be appointed by the CBOC. Also, vendors, contractors, or consultants of the district are not allowed to serve as members of the committee. All CBOC members are committed to a 2-year term, up to 3 consecutive terms, and are at the generosity of those citizens as a voluntary service to the district on behalf of the district base. The committee would like to thank all of those who have considered, applied, and when voted to the committee, served the community by performing the required duties in order for the district to function for all of its students. Therefore, it is recommended to the Board of Trustees to appoint the following individuals to serve on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee for measures G, I, G, E, I, and technology I, Z, and N. And it should be noted that the award that was given to Randy and his team earlier this evening was also one of the things that our board oversaw. The new members for their first term is Kaushik Sholakar, sorry if I ate that up, and James Niddle. Renewing for a second term is Rajani Nair and Carol Peffley. And renewing for a third term is Barry Schimmel. We also have 2 alternates that we are allowed to have, and they have been chosen as Joanne Owen for a 1-year term and Sangeeta Vijendiran for an alternate number 2 for a 1-year term. With that, I'd like to place the board for that decision. Thank you.
Public need motions.
I'll move
Yeah.
to approve.
And
Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
second. And I really want to say that thank you for all of this hard work and service from CBO members. And I know that Chris has been worked very hard, as well as Patrick. And I'll congratulate with the new board member, as well as the one that has been reelected, to work with us on the CBOC meeting in the next year. So thank you again. I know that Lorena and we sat in the CBOC board meeting. So give it out to Lorena. Want to say something?
Yeah, I echo Trustee Lay's sentiments and just thank you for all the hard work that you did as you navigated all the applications, all the interviews, the dialogue in between, getting Trustee Lay's input and my input. Ultimately, y'all made a great recommendation. So just thank you for all of the service that you're also putting yourself and just keeping the CBOC committee going. Thank you.
I also want to echo that our staff New Wing did an exceptional job for our CBOC. Thank you.
All for the vote.
Motions by, refresh my memory, by Cortese, second by Lay. Katie, how do you vote?
Aye.
Colleagues?
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thanks to all of you on the CBOC. Thanks for being at yet another event and keeping it all together. Even at our last grand opening over at Piedmont Hills, when we were, opening up that beautiful new building, members of the committee with their level of investment were there. And so again, thanks for everything you do. Not a lot of people know you're doing it, which is why I want to be loud and proud when you are here so that we can really thank you for all the work that you do across our district.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. 9:01, hold a public hearing at approximately, I'm going to get the correct time, at 7:06 p.m. regarding the request for material revision to the educational program and governing board structure by the San Jose Conservation Court for the San Jose Conservation Court Charter. Associate Superintendent Teresa Marquez, Kirsten King, and Mr. Philip Gideon, please.
So your team will be the first to experience the new format of using the clicker on a PowerPoint.
Clicker.
That's a lot of power.
So we will need the clicker.
Oh.
Well, while you're finishing, I'll start. So tonight, this is a public hearing for a material revision to the San Jose Conservation School or Charter School charter petition, which you just heard, right, and renewed in May. So we're presenting again in this format, not because it's not the same format that we would do for the renewals where staff presents for a specific amount of time and then petitioners have to present a specific amount of time. That isn't how the material revision works. But we're up here because it's been a long time since anybody has had to deal with a material revision. So we wanted to orient the board and the public to what laws govern material revisions and how material revisions work. So we're going to begin with our portion of the presentation, and then like we do typically for public hearings, San Jose Conservation Corps staff will come up and give you a presentation and talk to you more about the specific material revisions they're requesting for their petition. Pressing the front forward arrow. Apologize right now if I mess up. Okay.
So just to walk us through the process, the timeline that we're doing for the material revision is in one day. So the first part of the material revision will be the public hearing, where we're going to have staff and we're going to have San Jose Conservation Corps present. You will open up to a public hearing for comments, and then you're going to close the comments, and then we're going to come back to talk about the decision where it allows for you to all to have discussion and then ultimately to vote on their material revision request. This is coming from the charter petition renewal where we gave them feedback that they embedded material changes that needed to sit outside of the petition for the review of the charter renewal. So we are condensing in one meeting this process, which is applicable and acceptable through the law. We're going to walk you through the criteria, which is the ED code that governs material revisions, to let you know what are the elements that we're looking at when we do a material revision. We're going to get into what their requests are, and then ultimately what are our findings of their requests, and then lastly, what the recommendation will be for the decision portion of the hearing, which take place after the public hearing. So here's a timeline that specifically relates to the material revision. So all of you are aware that their charter was submitted for the renewal in November. We had a process where we went through their entire charter petition with our legal counsel and of our internal team that reviewed their charter petition. We posted findings, and in those findings, we've identified material changes that needed to be addressed through this process. We worked with them to finalize their petition for board approval in May. And then we worked with them to identify the language for the material change that then sits in their final petition, which is part of approving the material changes. So the material changes that you're going to approve hopefully tonight will be the culminating of their final petition that will last through their next cycle, which is to 2030. And we're going to end the cycle with a decision hearing tonight once you close public hearing.
Okay, so California Education Code 47607 specifies that material revisions to a charter can only be made if it comes back and the governing board that approved the original charter approves the material revision. So they're not free to make material revisions without authorization by the authorizing board. Then the same education codes that govern renewals and new petitions, 47605, also applies to material revisions. So as Philip's been talking to you about, they still have to address all the required elements. They have to update their petition to any new elements of law that are required since the last time they renewed. But because they just submitted a renewal petition in May, we're good there. So we just have to address the material components that they're submitting, okay? All right, so let's just orient ourselves into who is San Jose Conservation Corps for a minute. So the San Jose Conservation Charter School is, Conservation Corps Charter School is their DOS school, so their Dashboard Alternative School. They have an alternative population of students that they serve, have different accountability requirements than traditional schools. Other DOS schools are like our Foothill, Apollo, Pegasus, Phoenix, they're all DOS schools. Okay, so they offer a high school diploma program, but also a job training program. The students that they serve are all students that prior attended other traditional high schools and did not graduate. So they completed their 4 years in traditional environment, didn't graduate. Now Conservation Corps picks them up and is able to provide them a diploma and job training, okay? So they serve students 17 and a half and above, high free reduced meal count, large count of students with disabilities, English learners, and housing challenge.
So as mentioned before, we need to make sure that we note that we did do a comprehensive review of their charter petition, during their renewal process, which sits in the same window of the physical school year, which is 24-25. So we want to reiterate that their petition does meet the requirements for all of the recent laws and sits within the elements that we've reviewed during the renewal. So we want to impress that the only thing that we're really addressing tonight are the 4 areas for material request change to their program.
Okay, so one of 4 areas that they've requested a change in is their governance structure. So currently, the San Jose Conservation Corps Board of Directors governs the okay. Anyway, governs the charter school, and what they're requesting in their change of governance is that a subset of the San Jose Conservation Corps governing board actually becomes the charter school governing board. So it's a three-member team that would be the governing board for the charter school. So that's one of the changes. Then they're also requesting a change to their graduation requirements. So it's basically a reduction in elective credits required for graduation. This chart illustrates what is currently was in the approved petition that we approved in May, which totaled up to 180 credits. The next column shows the minimum state graduation requirements. So all schools have to at least adhere to the minimum California state graduation requirements. And then the yellow column there are the proposed graduation requirements for San Jose Conservation Corps. The new proposed requirements satisfy the minimum state requirements. And the only difference is the requirement of elective credits. And they'll talk more to it.
The third area is focusing on their educational program. They're specifically wanting to utilize online learning platforms to do 3 things. One is to remediate students. So an opportunity for students who are coming in credit deficient, they can take online courses to get those elective or core courses underneath their belt for their transcript. The second area is for enrichment. So say they're a student who's interested in taking a course that they don't currently offer as an enrichment opportunity for those elective credits that they may need. So that will be an opportunity. Or a third, they would like to offer opportunities for students to take A through G courses that they currently do not offer as part of their core program, so that students could potentially go straight to a college opportunity post-graduation. So they will be going sort of above and beyond the minimum requirement that we just outlined in the charts in the previous slide. The second change in their educational program is the inclusion of an opportunity for students to take dual enrollment courses that are either college core classes or career exploration. So this would be a partnership that they would develop with one of their community colleges and a formalized agreement around what are those courses that students could leave their campus to take as part of their educational program while they're at the high school.
Okay, so Ed Code provides 3 specific ways that a governing board can deny a material revision to a charter petition. And the first one, obviously, we'd have to have written findings of fact in order to make a denial. The charter school presents an unsound educational program for the pupils to be enrolled in that charter school. So the change is an unsound educational philosophy. The petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the change that they're presenting, or the petition does not contain a reasonably comprehensive description of all the other required 15 elements, which we already talked about the fact that it does. So Eastside does not have any findings of fact to deny the material revisions presented before you tonight. So at this point, we would like to transition, but we also would like to tell you that we are in a position to support and recommend approval of the material changes to the San Jose Charter Schools charter petition. At this point, San Jose Conservation Courthouse. The down arrow. But wait a second. I don't like the switch. You do.
All right, while they're working on switching the decks, we're going to keep the momentum going. So thanks, Kirsten and Philip. President Doe, Vice President Lay, and members of the board, thank you for entertaining our material revision. Good to see you all again. We actually had a presentation. We're going to really condense that down rather than just repeat what we heard. We can get that going. Thank you.
Could you please state your name?
Sure, thank you. I'm Dorsey Moore. I have the privilege to serve as the CEO of the San Jose Conservation Corps Charter School. Also joining me are my colleagues, Andrea Maas, who is our Vice President of Education, and my boss, the board president, Liz Hunt. Great. All right, and so we're going to jump right in with, maybe we're going to talk about the first, the governance structure. So Liz, could I have you come up and talk about the governance structure? It's coming, okay.
So the material changes is requesting four things. The first thing is about the governance structure. So my name is Liz Hunt. I'm the board president of the San Jose Conservation Corps Charter School. And what we're requesting is we have a board of 15 people on our board, and we're requesting that a subset of 3 to 5 of those board members become the board members for the charter school. The reason we're doing this is so that our board members can be very responsive to the needs of the charter school, so that they can respond quickly, so that they can be available quickly. The board members that we choose for the charter school have a deep knowledge of the charter school. Those of us who are on it have attended the audits that Philip has done. We attend many of the events that the charter school has, and we have an in-depth knowledge of the operations and the finances. It is a more effective way to govern for the charter school, is what we have found. And it is also very effective with our larger organization, which has a lot of other business going on. So the charter school board members are vetted by our governance committee. And then again, they're vetted for expertise and passion for the charter school. I am one of them. And we appoint them for 1-year terms.
So as Kirsten and Philip said, our graduation requirements, we'd like to reduce to 150, which would be a reduction just in our elective credits. So there's no change to our core academic program. We found from credit transcript reviews from all of our students that many of them come with a majority, or actually more elective credits actually than core academic credits, based on the classes that they've taken at other schools. So a reduction in credits for electives doesn't really change their path through our school. There's no fiscal impact. It doesn't change our FTE because there's no underlying change to our kind of the way we present our core academics for our students. The other thing that it really does is that it serves our adult students who are eager to come, finish their degree, and move on to either post-secondary or their careers. Sorry, this next one is mine too. As Philip mentioned, we would like to kind of formalize the adoption of utilizing an online platform like Edgenuity in order to be able to expand the classes that we offer, utilize the instructional staff that we have. We're limited in size, both physical and financial. So having the availability of a larger course catalog benefits our students in many ways, particularly when we have students who are high academic achieving. It would allow them to have A through G approved classes in order to move directly to four-year institutions. It allows our students to recover the credits that they may not have completed in their other schools. All of that can be worked, as we state in our petition, through our seat-based model.
Great. And then just lastly, the college and career readiness. We just wanted to be able to have that capability to explore dual enrollment options for the CCAP and MOUs with the community college to be able to offer classes at our campus. Great. And really wrapping it up, just wanted to thank Kirsten and Philip for all their extra work on this. I know they got plenty to do, and as do you. I did want to highlight, since Katie was talking about going to UC Berkeley, we had a speaker at our public hearing named Sophia Jaquez, who is a graduate of our program. And actually, she was presenting on our behalf, and she ended up, she's also our current board member of our parent organization, the Conservation Corps. And she graduated 2 weeks ago from UC Berkeley with a degree in sociology. We gave her the night off tonight, just given all the work that she's done to crunch to get her BA in sociology. So I imagine one day we'll all be working for her and Katie at some point. So hire us. Great. And so we'll take any questions if you have it, or we'll turn it back over to Kirsten and Philip.
I'm just curious, upon approval of these material revisions by this board, does that establish an actual legal entity of a subset board that can approve contracts and programs and budgets without the approval of the larger board? Can the larger board overrule the smaller board? Because then it functions like a committee of the larger board.
The answer is yes.
Guess what?
The answer is yes, they have full powers. So
They cannot be overruled by
They-
the
no.
larger board. So they are a legal entity then.
Mhm. Yes.
Sorry, fully delegated powers by the full board.
I have questions around that too. Like, just for clarity, I don't understand. Like, you have a big board, 15 people of Conservation Corps. That's the school. But then you're saying you want to get 3 of those board members, 3 to 5, to be part of the school board. What is the difference between both, and why are you doing that?
Yeah, no, thank you for your question. And so the Conservation Corps is the parent organization, really is the 501c3 nonprofit. That's, private nonprofit under California code. And so it is really a subsidiary. It has sequestered books, just a separate EIN number, employer identification number, and separate books. But we have designated those 3. Part of the impetus for this was actually coming back from the pandemic. We had trouble meeting quorum. And so we actually decided to really look to shrink that board to a size that we could have people in person and following the Brown Act and all of the Ed Code and sort of California public governance procedures. I don't know if that answered your question or not. Yeah. Yeah, so our parent organization is roughly, say, $20 million organization, and we do paid job training. It's our construction program, it's our environmental conservation programs. We employ 200 young adults and a staff of 100. And then the school is just really a subsidiary, sort of a separate unit within the parent organization.
I think where it starts to get confusing for me is when it's described as a subset of the full board. I think what you're intending to do is establish an autonomous board for the charter school, and you just are happening to draw 3 to 5 people from the larger board. Under the concept of an autonomous, legally established board for the charter school, it wouldn't necessarily need to be drawn from the 15 of the larger one. It would just be you're naming, directors that are going to function as the legal board for the charter school. But, words.
Yeah. Doing that, I'm just bad. You should just let you speak. The bylaws specifically state they do have to be a subset of the larger board. So they have to have been, they are participating members on the bigger board. Okay? And then it's a subset that governs the charter school portion. Okay.
Clear.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Sorry for that.
Is it this first year that you request to reduce the graduation requirement, right? From 180 credit to 150. Am I correct?
So we have had a lower number of credits. Yeah.
It's at first
Yeah,
year.
it's part of a petition. So we've had an 8-year cycle between charter renewal, given the pandemic. So this is the first time that we're proposing it before this governing body, correct?
All right. So those students that who's graduated 150 credits, they have the opportunity the same time to have a career during the time frame that 150 credit. Is that enough time for the student to develop all of the skill set and graduate at the same time?
So not all our students come needing 150 credits. In fact, about a third of our students come needing maybe 40 or fewer credits. And we have about a third who come needing, about that 50 to 100, and then about a third who actually just need all of the credits. So it varies depending on the student.
Or depend on a
Yeah,
student?
and so some students will come and spend 3 months and graduate. Some will spend all school year. And then we have about 80 students this year who spent most of the school year but did not earn enough credits and who will be returning in August. But then we have 151 graduates this year who came at various points during the year, finished their credits, and are graduating.
And do you have a waiting list for your charter school?
So far, at this moment, we do not. We're enrolling as many students as we can right now for the summer. We probably will have close to 200 students who are interested either in coming back to the school or coming as new students.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna go back to the board question because I'm confused still. And I'm not like saying like I don't agree with it. I really just don't understand. What is the difference between what the 3 to 5 board members that are part of the board of the school, like their responsibilities and like like what can they oversee versus what the remaining 12 or whatever that equate to the 15? Like, what is the difference? I hear that like there was an issue like with the quorum. I get that. You need to make decisions to keep a school running, right? But are there specific things that are outlined for their responsibilities versus the greater, or is it like a catch-all and as important like decisions need to be brought up, then those folks are there to make those decisions? Is that right? I just don't understand the difference. Sorry, and I'm not, again, to be clear, I don't if team is recommending, there's a reason for that, but
Yeah, our charter school board undertakes only charter school business. And the Conservation Corps board then does not make charter. So this morning we had a charter school board meeting and a Conservation Corps board meeting. The LCAP and the budget was reviewed at the charter school board meeting, not at the.
oh, because the charter school is part of the big organization. So there's a lot. Okay. So anything related to the charter school is this board.
Correct.
Anything else that's not charter school, but related to the parent organization is the rest.
Correct. And just like the financial books are separate, the.
Got it.
business
Okay.
is separate.
Thank you. Sorry. I had to understand.
It's taken us all.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, by law, I will have to call for the public speaker, so. Calling for public speaker. Calling for public speaker a third time. Hearing none, seeing none. Public testimony on this matter is now closed.
Mr. President, are we on 9.9002 now, 9.?
That was 9.001.
Right.
Yes, and now it's 9.02.
And we
That's
just need a
correct.
motion on this,
I
right?
would like to make a motion to approve.
Well, second.
So
The
I want to
material
make sure
provision.
the motion is for 901, sir. Is that okay? No,
No,
no.
it's
Oh,
for
public hearing, sorry. 902 now. All right, so I do have to read the 902 first, and then you can make your motions. Discussions on action to approve the material revision request of the San Jose Conversation Court Charter School. And now I'm gonna take your motions from
Okay.
trustee Herrera, second by trustee Cortese. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Congratulations and welcome back. All right, 903. Hold public hearing at approximately, and I'm gonna say 7:35 p.m. regarding the proposed annual local control accountability plans, and a copy of the local control accountability plans is available for inspections at the district office, Educational Service Departments, 830 North Capitol Avenue, San Jose. Associate Superintendent Teresa Marquez, please.
It's that time of year, it's the time of year that Associate Superintendent Marquez and her team to put in a ton of work to formulate, present, and bring to the board for the first time the consolidated LCAP, which somehow expanded in the process. So thank you, State of California, for that. The district budget, as we will see later from the presentation from Associate Superintendent Tom Wynn, is about, well, I want to say $390 million, $397 million annually. Part of that money that we receive from the state from LCFF is directed to students in an LCAP program, and we'll talk about who those targeted students are. And so, part of our annual responsibility is to get feedback, input, set goals, check our progress to goals. It's a lot of work. And it's done in order to assure that the three targeted students grouping unhoused foster youth, English language learners, and students that receive free and reduced lunch have supports for them. The rules have changed a little bit from the state of California on that, but the priorities of the district have not. I also want to thank the team that engaged in several LCAP meetings, which said that, hey, there's other things to discuss. We started talking about cell phone policies and career technical education as part of this. But tonight's presentation, I want to thank the entire team for all the work, and everybody in the community who participated in the process will outline what is in the LCAP, and then it will come to you for approval on June 17th. So you are not taking action this evening. I think we're going for the highlights this evening in terms of the major goals and changes. But Marquez has earned the right to take the time she needs at the mic to make sure that the work is represented and the community is informed.
So Superintendent Vance, I want to make sure because 903 is the public hearing. The actual presentation is 9.04. So do we want Ms. Marquez to do 904 first or?
No, we'll still go in the same order. I just want to introduce, we're talking about the LCAP now, and as we enter the public hearing.
Got it. Thank you.
Mike, sorry. Thank you. I will now hold a public hearing schedule as approximately, again, that's 7:38 p.m. regarding the proposed annual local control account plan. Calling for public speaker. So, nope. Hearing none. Seeing none. Calling for public speaker a second time. Seeing none, hearing none. Calling for public speaker a third time. Okay. Public testimony on this matter is now closed. Now, 904, presentation and or discussions, proposed annual local control county plan. So Superintendent Marquez, please.
Thank you. Good evening, President Doe, trustees, Superintendent Vanderzee, and community. Teresa Marquez, Associate Superintendent for Educational Services. So today, as Superintendent Vanderzee has mentioned, I bring to you the presentation as is required around the local control accountability plan. So just as an overview, just want to ensure that folks understand, as the superintendent has mentioned, this presentation will provide the proposed updates to the 2025-2026 LCAP. Specifically, it's important to note that as part of the LCAP, it is not just a plan on paper, but it's an actual process that has to be undertaken. Specifically for the purposes of this particular presentation, I will be sharing with you the goals, the actions, and expenditures that are being proposed as part of the 2025-26 LCAP. You will see attached to this particular item other items that are required as part of the 25-26 LCAP, which includes a budget overview for parents and a number of different expenditure tables that are required as part of the local control accountability plan. And from this point on, I'm going to be jumping from a few slides, so don't mean to get you a little bit dizzy here, but just want to make sure, as the superintendent has mentioned, to highlight some key areas, given that I did present a number of data points at the May board meeting. The first piece that I'd like to just address is that there was indeed changes that were started as part of the 3-year cycle. 25-26 will mark year 2 of the 3-year cycle. The cycle itself contained the following changes. It included equity multiplier funding for schools that met the eligibility, which meant that they had a stability rate that was high, as well as above a 70% free and reduced lunch student population. Last year, Foothill High School was our only equity multiplier eligible school. This year, for 25-26, we have added 2 additional schools, Calero and Apollo. And you can see the allocation that comes with those particular schools. The other change that occurred is that we have to continue to maintain actions and address actions that target student groups that fell on the lowest performance level on the 2023 and 2024 dashboard indicators. And the plan has to include an analysis of goals that is connected to the metrics to indicate the progress that we're making towards the goals. So although I won't be mentioning or talking about that analysis, that full analysis is contained within the plan itself. Let's see here. Now, I do want to point out that the addition of the equity multiplier funds also comes with some requirements for the schools that qualify for those fundings. And specifically, the requirement is that based on the dashboard data indicators, which essentially for the community who's not aware of the dashboard, it's the report card that the school district receives as well as individual schools get based on a number of different metrics. And so this table here indicates the indicator as well as the student subgroups that need to be addressed as part of the equity multiplier actions and goals for each of the 3 schools. Now, specifically as part of the LCAP, because it is based, as Superintendent Vanderzee mentioned, on specific target populations, the allocation is based on our unduplicated pupil count. The students that qualify for that particular metric or count are our English learners, our foster youth, and our low-income students. And so the funding as well as the specific actions that need to be addressed to target those groups are part of this LCAP. For us, our current year unduplicated count is a little bit over 12,000 students. And our district's projected supplemental funding for 25-26 is approximately 27.7 million, and that is based on an estimated percentage of unduplicated pupil count of about 57%. Now, one of the biggest changes that you're going to see as part of the plan is the addition of concentration grant. Because as a district, our unduplicated pupil count is now above 55%, we now qualify for concentration grant, which has added 3.2 million as potential supplemental funding for our students, specifically targeting our students who are English learners, foster youth, and low income. In addition to that change, the change that is coming to fruition for this particular upcoming LCAP, the 2025-2026 school year, any school district that has unexpended or unused Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funds, which were initially allocated to school districts as part of one-time funding as part of the COVID relief funds that we received to mitigate learning loss, to address the needs of our students who had experienced gaps as a result of the pandemic. The requirement now is that if a school district has any unused funds, which Eastside does, they now have to be included within the LCAP. Last year, we already did that. We had included some of our action items which were directly funded as part of our Learning Emergency Block Grant funds. And so we were slightly ahead of this requirement, but specifically for the 25-26 Local Control Accountability Plan, what you will see is items specifically funded by our unexpended funds, which equated to about $6.7 million. And they're specifically targeted to address the academic recovery, mental health, expanded learning opportunities for our English learners, foster youth, low income, and our homeless or home insecure students. Now, the plan. The plan is grounded in our equitable Eastside communities. Although there's a number of requirements that I have just reviewed with you and highlighted, for us as a school district, it does not take away from what we're trying to continue to build, which is equitable communities where all students are welcomed as they are, where the strengths and areas of growth for our students are not only known, but they're supported, where the adults are positively responding to the various needs that our students bring, whether they be social emotional, wellness, or academic, and where they'll be able to develop those strategic thinking skills that are going to ensure that they're going to find success and be full participants in their local communities and the global society as a whole. And let me see here. Now, one of the components, major components of the LCAP process is educational partner engagement. At the May meeting, I shared with you the details of the forums that were conducted. There was over 30 forums conducted, which allowed for students, staff, community members to provide input and feedback, as well as a survey that was sent out to garner feedback and input as to what was working, where were there areas for growth, what were those research-based, evidence-based strategies that we should be putting in place. And so that specific requirement has been met, given the extensive forums that were conducted as part of the process. And so I am going to jump, because we've reviewed much of the input that was provided by our educational partners. I do want to focus and highlight the specific input that was done a little bit different this year. I added a component as part of our Student Equity Council. So if I can have, you can help me so I don't have to scroll down and take me to slide 31, please. There we go. Back one. Now back one up more. Right there. Thank you. So one of the goals for this year that I wanted to make sure as part of the educator partner input was to really elevate student voices. And so I had the opportunity to meet with the student equity councils from each of the school sites that had a running equity, a student equity council. And as part of their input, I gave them homework. And one of those homework was to write a letter to you, to the Board of Trustees, where they specifically express their needs, their input for what they were looking for. And so I will be sharing those letters with you. You each will receive a packet so that you can read them. And then I'll be including them as part of the attachments for the June 17th official board, where the board takes action. But I do want to highlight just some of the general themes that came about from the letters. And you could see here specifically when you read the letters, you will be able to see this as well, but they're really looking for overall well-being and support. They want to have learning environments where they continue to be supported as part of their mental health, where they have counseling and resources to address the challenges that happen both inside and outside of the classroom. They want to make sure that they have safe and inclusive environments, that there's support and resources to advance in their academics. A big push for facilities and maintenance, right? Looking at the cleanliness of restrooms, making sure that they have access to those restrooms. They also highlighted teacher-student relationships. They really want to make sure that they have those relationships that are positive, nurturing, understanding, and that where there's communication that is open and where they're able to receive feedback. Some of the concerns that were expressed and that you will read across these letters is issues with vaping. Specifically, Andrew Hill highlighted this, and you'll see that noted in their letter. They really care about the services for our English learners, for their peers. They want to ensure that their peers who are learning English are able to get the support that they need to find academic success. Specifically at Independent, they're calling for expansion of career and academic support programs. They're really looking to ensure that teachers are held accountable and that there's training to make sure that they have that communication and the feedback in a timely manner for them to be able to recover work, to recover and improve in their grades. Again, bathroom conditions. They want to ensure specifically at James Lick that there's efficiency of the resources and the staffing that does exist. And they really want to push for some field trips and extracurricular activities. But really, in essence, what you'll read is that the students have a desire for the schools to approach them in a holistic manner so that they can have supportive environments where they can all thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And that was huge to be able to capture that student voice. As part of the plan, and I won't go into details for this specifically, metrics are required to be used to assess progress, to reflect on our goals and actions and how our metrics are being impacted. And so for us, what you'll see across the plan is various levels of metrics. You'll see annual data within the plan, which is things like our graduation rate, our A through G completion rate. You'll also see periodic data, which is our on track. What is the percentage of students after their 9th grade year that are still on track to graduate, that are still on track for A through G completion? And then you'll also see more of the ongoing data, which is our daily attendance, which is our classroom grades, which is our part of our early warning system. Data is also included as part of that. Specifically required as part of the LCAP are those indicators that I spoke of that require us to address any student group that falls in the lowest performance, which is the red, in any of those indicators, which include our suspension rate, English learner progress, our graduation rate, college and career, English language arts, and mathematics. And just if you're looking at this, red is the lowest level you can have, and blue is the highest you can have as part of the metrics. Our plan, when you review it, or if you've already reviewed it, directly aligns to these metrics, and you'll see that exhibited within our goals as well. Our goals are directly connected and aligned to our California dashboard indicators. And now I'm gonna skip you all the way to start us to right here. So as I brought to you in May, I do just want to point out and surface for the board members as well as the community that there are some key elements and key changes that you will see as part of the 25-26 LCAP. And one of those is the amendments to actions given the reductions in staffing. And so I just want to make sure that I point that out, and I'll navigate you and take you through which of those specific actions were amended per each of the goals. But I do just want to point that out and make sure that there's an understanding that the resolution that was taken earlier this year to in order for our fiscal solvency to make some reductions have also impacted the LCAP, and I'll be speaking to those amendments. So the proposed plan for the 25-26 contains 8 goals. We've gone from 6 goals to 8 goals. The first goal continues to focus on our increasing college and career readiness metrics through a multi-tiered system of support. Our second goal focuses on our graduation rate. Our third goal specifically targets the achievement of our English language learners, as you will see in the data that is contained within the plan. That is a group of students that has among the lowest performance indicators across all our metrics. Goal 4 continues to be around ensuring we have a safe, restorative, and positive school climate. Goal 5 focuses on attendance, on making sure that our students are engaged so that they can come to school. Goals 6, 7, and 8 are specific to each of the schools that now qualify as equity multiplier schools. That's Foothill, Calero, and Apollo. So goal 1. Goal 1 specifically, as you can see here, has actions that are associated with increasing and improving our college and career readiness indicator. This action has this goal has a number of different actions. It has a total of 18 actions. And what you see across within the next few slides are the summary of the actions that are part of this goal, the funding that is associated, and the funding source. I do want to point out that anything highlighted in blue is an amendment that has to be reported because it is considered a 3-year plan, and this is year 2. Anything indicated in blue is an amendment. So for example, action 1.2, which essentially was the work of our multi-tier system of support teachers on special assignment, has been amended given that there was a reduction in that position. And so action 1.2, rather than now including 13 FTE positions, it now includes 6. Continuing here, 2 additional actions that have been amended as part of the 2025-26 update include our action 1.7, which has shifted partial FTE, 0.3 to be precise, to provide clerical support for the tracking of all our professional development, attendance, timesheets, subs, and that's within our instructional services division. And it isn't not an addition of a staff. It is a shifting of funding that does indeed fulfill the requirements of this particular action and actually is in support of this action. Action 1.9, that action was the works by our teachers on special assignment inclusion specialists. Those positions were also eliminated as part of the resolution. But what we have done is in continuing to address the needs of our students with disability, specifically with supporting them as they enter in their least restrictive environments into the general courses, we have decided to utilize the existing resource periods of our case managers, which accounts to about 24.8 FTE, and have shifted them to support us with this particular action item. This is not an addition of staffing. This is existing staff where we are reimagining and reworking how it is that we address the continued needs of our students. And then finally, for this particular goal, 1.16, just a slight change, and this is very much, many actions were very much impacted by the input that was received by the students. But this one in particular, I want to highlight because now it includes not only field trips, but enriched after-school activities for students to be able to participate, such as robotics or after-school career exploration, specifically around STEM careers and health fields. So for this particular goal, when you look at the breakdown of the funding, the expenditures that are specifically targeted for as part of the contributing supplemental funding, it's about 3.5 million. The new requirement of calling out the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant is about 4.7. And then when you look at just other funding that is included in here, such as Title I or CTE funds, we're looking at 350. So the total proposed allocation for goal 1 is $8,578,997,000. Goal 2, which focuses on our graduation. This particular goal contains 13 actions. One of the actions that has been amended is the first action, which is the readjustment to match our enrollment. More of our enrollment is the adjustment of our counselors. And so we've shifted here where we have 35.4 of our counselors that are funded directly as part of this goal, as well as we have shifted the work of our counseling techs within this action item, and that's 11 FTE for our counseling techs. Continuing, another amendment here that you could see is 2.9. This is specific to our parent community involvement specialist, what we've also adjusted in this particular area. And so you could see that's another adjustment, as well as 2.10, which is an amendment based on the service of induction for our teachers, which will now be done through a partnership with CSU Fresno because of the elimination of the coaches. And then finally, 2.2 was also amended. This is the associate principal of tiered supports, where now this action calls for only 5 APTSs. And then finally, there is a new action as part of this goal, and that is the work of our support services technicians, which we feel directly contributes to the goal of graduation rate, given the scope of the work that they do. And so again, this is not new staffing, this is existing staffing that we feel can meet the needs of the goals as part of our LCAP. So for this, you can see the breakdown there in terms of how the expenditures for this particular goal, and this goal totals a little bit over $16 million that are allocated here, and you can see the breakdown of how those expenditures are broken down by funding source. For goal 3, which is specific to the achievement of our English language learners, 2 of the biggest changes come in actions 3.4, where we have actually shifted not only some of our ELD sections, but all of our ELD sections to be contributed as part of this goal. We have been able to have ELD sections that across all our sites, and at times there are sites that have ELD sections for students who are newcomers, in particular to our education system, and they run them at 5 students, but we recognize that that's important for the students to be able to be placed based on their proficiency levels. And so this allows us to be able to continue to do that. Action 3.5, I just do want to point out that that action has been eliminated specifically from this goal because it's actually already included, and it was a repetitive action. It's actually included in goal 2 as part of action 7. And then finally for goal 3, for family engagement, we just removed contracts on this particular item. And so another thing that you will see across the plan is a reduction or a removal of specific contracts to just support our overall fiscal health. And so here you could see the allocation by funding source for this particular goal. For goal 4, there's been some changes to some of the actions here. In particular, we'll start with action 4.1. It was a slight adjustment to our FTE social workers. And in particular, the adjustment basically comes from shifting one of the social workers that was allocated as the action item that was specifically targeting Independence High School. We just went ahead and shifted her to this one because it made more sense to have all the social workers coupled under one action. And then finally for goal 4, one of the other changes here that will be proposed as part of this plan is for action 4.7, which is supporting our safe and positive school climate and culture. We are proposing here that we actually fund 23.0 FTE campus monitors, as well as shift the work of the advisors, because this is their bread and butter. Essentially what their day-to-day looks like is to support safe and positive school climates. And so we will also be shifting 12.0 FTE advisors to be part of this work. And actions 4.8, 9, and 10 have been eliminated or will no longer be funded, as most of this work will not be taken on by existing staff. And so here you could see the overall expenditures and the funding sources for this goal. For goal five, our attendance goal, the two major changes to this one is our first one, which again, based on the reductions for our fiscal stability, we have adjusted to reduce from 2 FTE child welfare and attendance to 1.1. And for action 5.3, we've shifted the work of 11 FTE attendance clerks. Again, existing staff, but just shifted because we recognize that they actually contribute to the work that is described as part of this particular goal and specifically this action item. And so the expenditures for that particular goal are listed here. And then finally, just very, very quickly, the last 3 goals are specific to the 3 high schools, Calero, Foothill, and Apollo. And these are part of the equity multiplier funds, which can only be utilized at those 3 sites. And so what you'll see here as part of their actions for Foothill are actions that are specifically funded and have been decided upon by their school community. These are actions and expenditures that, for example, in this case, Foothill has decided upon, and I get their input and I just collect it and put it as part of the LCAP. Same thing for Apollo. Apollo School Community specifically wrote out their actions and decided how to use their allocations specific to their needs at Apollo, and then also Calero. Their school community decided how to allocate the funding specific to each of those goals to contribute to the overall action or overall goal of Calero High School. So in terms of the final expenditures or projected expenditures as part of the proposed plan, when you look at the specific supplemental funding, the plan contains a little bit over 39 million in proposed expenditures within the action items and within the 5 goals of the plan. When you look at the new requirement, which is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, you could see that we have about 6.7 million of unexpended one-time funds that are now explained as part of the Local Control Accountability Plan. And then finally, the last source of funding, which is the equity multiplier funding that is contained within the 3 schools as part of their allocation.
Quick question on that.
Mm-hmm.
Does the so the LREBG funds, are they fully expended now with this LCAP?
They will be as part of this proposed plan. And so the final 2 bits is just reminding the Board of Trustees and our community that the LCAP is no one singular item. It is a combination of entirety of its goals and actions in the service of all our students with the specific focus on our foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. Today marks one of the first requirements, which is the public hearing. There is no action to be taken. This is for input and for feedback that then if there is input and feedback, then I take back, adjust as needed. And then it will be brought back to the board and the community for action to be taken on June 17th, which is our second board meeting in June. And before I end, I just want to express my gratitude to the business department for their tremendous help and support in getting the budget situation and working with me to ensure that I had the correct numbers, in particular Sylvia Pelayo. Thank you for the long hours that her and I worked together to ensure that the budget was addressed. Also the data pieces, that is Kirsten. So kudos to Kirsten for that. And then the rest of my team, my directors, Director Kleckner, Director Adelot, for their support in providing the analysis based on the data and evaluation of the implementation level of each of our actions. And so with that concludes my presentation, and I'll open it up to questions.
Question, comment from colleagues? Trustee Herrera?
Thank you for this report, and I really do commend you for the work you've done in stewarding this whole plan and process through these last several months, and it reflects in this presentation. This is a high-quality document and outcome. I have a question of, at this point, does there exist any major disagreement with any key stakeholder group that is just not in alignment with any of your major recommendations?
Not that have been expressed to me, no.
Okay.
Yeah, none that have been expressed or shared with me, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Trustee Chavez?
Yes. Thank you for this. Like, I feel like this is the heart of our work and why we're here in the school system. The presentation is comprehensive, and I think it was really representative of all the conversations, all the engagements that we've been a part of, that we've heard you speak to. So really appreciate that. I'm really excited to read the letters from the students. Thank you for getting that for us. An additional artifact with all of this. Two things that popped up to me that are not necessarily unique to the LCAP, but the LCAP does shine light on, are things that have been top of mind for me, and not just me. I know we've been talking about them as areas of need, thank you, for some time, is when we look at the California dashboard, our ELL and our math areas are the two areas that are in red. I mean, there's a lot of areas that we're doing really, really well. And this is probably the foreboder of joy in me, but I'm like, these are key areas of success for our kids. We have a huge multilingual student population. And we know that math is one of the greatest barriers for our students to be able to meet A through G. And so as we continue to do presentations on the work, I would love to hear more about how our plan and whatever initiatives we have around these two areas are coming about. And I think there will be a unique opportunity for math, especially because we got the new framework. I know you're doing some amazing work there. So I'm really excited, and, bringing our feeder districts alongside us. But I really do think that we need to be talking about it more, continuously reflecting, and not just leaving the numbers where they are, responding to it more in real time. So that is a request, and I don't know if they can somehow be added to. I know a few years ago we had school presentations, and schools had focuses on different goals. Maybe this is part of it, or maybe it looks differently. I don't know, but what is really clear to me is that has to be a topic of conversation, because otherwise it'll just come back in like these big reports, and we're not aware of the things that are happening in between. One, to, like, again, reflect, but also to celebrate because there's a lot of great work that your team is doing. And I think it's important for us to know about it, speak to it, and be champions alongside you.
Tezzy?
Just a
And then
couple
Lei.
things. Yeah, all praises for the amazing presentation. So on slide 33, you talked about feedback from our educational partners. And so this isn't necessarily included in your conversation about goals, but you did include feedback about bathrooms from students. And students have been talking to me about bathrooms for a long time. And I know it's not an LCAP topic per se, although, maybe it fits into campus climate or something like that. I'm just wondering, and this is not a topic for conversation tonight, but what can be done to address those concerns? Especially because they're so sort of like across the board.
Yeah, and I think it is. I didn't want to leave it out because I didn't want to not be true to what they had expressed as part of their letters. I wanted to be inclusive of what they had shared. One of the things, just a accessible solution could be just the active supervision by the adults when it comes to the bathroom use, right? Making sure that there's adults at each of the available restrooms so that you know, they can walk in, see what's happening, get, take care of your business, come on, get out, and then just step back out and just be more visible and that's actually one of the things that the students shared is the visibility of the adults in and around the area of the restrooms. And so that's a process piece that I think we could actually address and look at. I won't get to the maintenance and facilities. That's not my area. I'll leave that to my colleague. But just that piece, and then plus just the education around substance abuse for the vaping
Yes.
situation. And so the restrooms tend to be a easy place for students to go and cope, right? And part of that coping is the use of the vaping. And so really addressing the root of the issue, as opposed to just, well, there's vaping in the bathroom. Well, let's address the root of the issue of why that particular student is coping through the vaping.
Agreed. Thank you.
Mhm.
And then I want to clarify something on slide 60, goal for, this is in the safe, restorative and positive school climate.
Yes.
You talked about action 4.7. Can you recap for me again what that is? Because I think I missed it.
Yes. So 4.7 specifically speaks to the support for safe and positive school culture and climate, which would include the supervision of the bathrooms. And on this one, the proposed action does account for 23 campus monitors, as well as the shifting of the advisors, 12 of the advisors, to be part of this action, because in reviewing the action and what we're hoping to do in this particular action, it really speaks to the work of the advisors, which is building relationships with students, really supporting the support, the positive school climate and culture through the supervision that they do provide.
So these are existing staff that we're moving into the LCAP because of the service that they're providing?
Yes, the 12 FT advisors, yes, but the 23 is inclusive of 11 advisors. 11 campus monitors that are currently here, and we are proposing as part of the LCAP, the maintenance of the additional 11 campus monitors.
So on the 17th meeting, we can't rescind those notices to the 11 campus monitors without approval, right? So at the 17th meeting, we'll take action on that and then talk about bringing the 11 campus monitors that were part of the reduction in force to rescind that.
Thank
So
you.
The cost of the existing advisors, not an addition advisors, it's moving into this funding source. You also see that there are positions that because of the reduction in force have been reduced in this LCAP.
Right.
But the 11 campus monitors that were, as part of the reduction in force in February, as part of this process, we have to go through this process, will then be rescinded.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Before I pass over to Trustee Lay, I just want to quickly respond to a comment that you made earlier, just Cortese. At least on 3 of the letter from the 3 school, Andrew Hill, Oak Grove, and I believe Overfelt, did mention something to the fact of bathroom, whether sanitations, sanitaries or other factor. Trustee Lay.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, as well as our staff, Kristen King and Sylvia Palayo, will be contributed to the report for LCAP. I know we can go back 2025-26 LCAP cycle, engaging with our partners. I was wondering that as one factor that we mentioned here is English learner supports. Several schools, including Evergreen, Valley, and Oak Grove, emphasize the need of additional support and resources for English learners. And then looking to the letter from Oak Grove High School, and they mentioned about very challenging English speaking environment. And I know that what type of additional support as well as resource for English learner is that you put it in the LCAP um, presentation, because I know that when I went to visit school and I recognized that some of the ESL that now I think some student will have to move to mainstream because I think we are limited, like in about 2 years based on the state requirement. But I know that you still have some classes that support English learners. So I really want to understand what type of support and resource, because at me as a flashback to when the first time I came to United States without one word of English, culture shock, language barrier, it's really intimidate the student as well as the environment that they've been through, at their home country. So, and I really want to understand, so how can we support them under the LCAP budget?
Yeah, so goal 3 speaks to the achievement of our English learners. And so before I respond with the details of the work towards supporting our English learners, right, the question of more is difficult to respond given our fiscal situation, right? So I just kind of want to preface that the question of more is difficult. So the question is more is maintenance, sustaining, and really improving what we currently have in terms of the quality of service that we provide with the wonderfully talented staff that we do still have available to support those needs. So I just want to just put that little asterisk on that piece of it. But specifically, we continue to have our English learner teacher on special assignment who supports our schools with professional development, with coaching of our teachers as needed. We continue to provide the very targeted designated ELD, which is the English language development, which in the LCAP, you see that we've shifted those sections so that we can continue to have them across all our schools, so our students do no longer have to give up their home school to be able to receive their English language development courses, to the point where there are some classes that are running very small for our English learners, in particular our newcomers, which run anywhere from sometimes as low as 8 students at some of our school sites, but we maintain that section for that provision of services that are so important to our students. We continue to have, as part of the LCAP, the bilingual para-educators that support our students within the classrooms to provide with primary language support in the courses. In terms of what I think you're speaking to is the integrated English language development, which is where they get their core content, their math, their science, their social studies, their electives. And so we have been very strategic in how we schedule our students, and particular our newcomers or our short-term English learners who have been with us or in this country for usually less than 3 years, or are newly arrived into this country. And so for those students, we make sure that they are in elective courses where they have that opportunity for that socialization aspect of it and the learning of the navigation of the educational system here in the United States. But really, the state of California, one of the requirements of teachers is that all teachers have to have their English learner authorization, because it shouldn't fall on one teacher to be the teacher of English learners. We are all teachers of English learners. And more specifically, our larger English learner population is our long-term English learners, which means it is our students that have been born here, that are been here for more than 6 years, and conversationally you would maybe miss that they actually speak another language, but their academic language development is what is needed in order for them to be reclassified. The other thing that we have to do as a system is really look at how the opportunities for reclassification of our students. The criteria is set by the state of California, but it does allow for some flexibility and autonomy for us to decide which assessments to be able to use, where students can demonstrate their proficiency with local assessments to allow for greater opportunity for reclassification. And those are things that we are looking at. This year, I had the opportunity to really have a robust district level English language advisory committee. And the parents came and they showed up and they were invested in really looking at the needs of English learners. And I'm excited about continuing that for our parents so that they can provide firsthand what it is they see as parents of English learners, what it is that they see that their students needs. They need quality teaching, they need points for acceleration, and they need to be seen as students with assets and not deficits. Not being able to speak English is not a deficit, right? And so when we start shifting and seeing it as an asset and that the responsibility of teaching English learners is everybody's responsibility, I think that's where we're going to start seeing some gains.
So do you have the assessment for the English learner like every year and really look into what are their weakness or, how could they proceed to the next level? Because not one size fit all, because every student has a different background, different education. And I know that math and English are the two primary before they enter into any other subject. So this key word is, English as well as math, that's two subjects that's very important. It's a standard, like a foundation for student, not just only English learner, but for every student, So I was wondering about that. So, before they get into the next level, at least they must feel comfortable what they come to the school and feel that they were, well, they have a cultural shock and they have a different conditions in their home country, but at least that they move on, with the basic foundation.
Yeah, so we have the state assessment, which is the LPAC, the English Language Proficiency assessment. And so that is a required assessment that all English learners have to take until they are reclassified. We also have our local assessment. We have a reading test that students take. And one of the things that I would like to see is really moving forward to expansion of that assessment, so that we can see exactly what is the growth of the student, where are the areas of need, where are the skill gaps, so that then the teacher can have more information to be able to adjust their lesson plans to meet the needs of the students based on the gaps that the students have. And I think that's part of the conversations that we had when we had them as part of the LCAP, was around this idea of diagnostic assessments to really look at addressing the needs of the students. Not to say you're not ready and there's nothing we can do for you, but to say, hey, you're not ready yet here, but I'm going to support you in being able to meet that standard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I add
Yes,
a
of
question
course.
real quick? First off, I'd just like to say thank you. I think it's really cool how all of the letters have made an impact into the LCAP. I just had one question, and it's on the same slide 60. I noticed that the 9th grade transition program, it says that it won't be funded by LCAP dollars anymore, and specifically Independence High School won't be funded. Could I have some clarification on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of the difficult decisions to maintain fiscal stability is that there were some reductions that had to be made. And so some of those reductions directly impacted some of the staffing that was associated with the LCAP. And you've mentioned two of them. One was the FTE, or the teachers that were specifically allocated for the 9th grade transitions program, which was one of the staffing reductions that were made. It doesn't mean that school sites are not going to still support 9th graders in making the transition. They're just being a little bit more creative in how they do that. And then the specific item that has been carried over for independence was around the very specific and unique needs of independence in terms of the physical landscape. But again, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be supported. They maintain their staffing. They still have advisors. They still have campus monitors. And that social worker that was allocated as part of independence, they still have it. It's just been moved to a different action item.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentations and for the time and effort you and all the staff have put in. Moving forward to item 9.05.
Just one last piece, if I may, just
Yes,
as I normally do, I've provided for the board a summary of the LCAP just for a little bit more easy reading and access for all you all.
Thank you very much.
And we're not taking action tonight on it.
No, we're not. We're moving on to item, yep. We acknowledging and express our appreciations. And we're moving on to 9:05. So before you speak, Mr. Huyn, I'm gonna open the public, for publics. How long approximately is your presentation, just so I can give the member of the public, kind of an idea, because they've been super patient. His presentation about 6 minutes. If you're gonna take a break, be very fast. Mr. Huyn does not, take a lot of time.
I just feel for the people who are waiting so long for public comments, but we're getting there.
I feel for you, and I appreciate your patience, but I will try to move as fast as I can. All right. We will now hold public hearing schedules at approximately 8:30 p.m. regarding the proposed budget adoption for 2025, 2026. Do we have any public comment on 9.05? I know I got one from 906 from Mr. Pardo, but do you want to speak now, or you want to include it? Nope, you want to wait it? Understood. All right. Calling for public speaker once. Nope. Calling for a public speaker a second time. Calling for public speaker a third time. Still none? All right. Public testimony on this matter is now closed. 9.06 presentation or discussion regarding the preliminary budgets as recommended for fiscal year 2025-26. Associate Superintendent Tom Huyn.
Thank you, Board President Doe. So before you is our preliminary budget that we will take this action on June 17th to adopt. But this is a quick overview. Where we're at with our preliminary budget is we've gone through almost the entire cycle for this year and for the budget adoption for next year. At the next board meeting, we will be submitting to you in conjunction with the 25-26 budget, a budget stabilization plan that would then be submitted to the County Office of Education along with that budget. So expect that to come in about 12 days. Backwards. So within this budget, there's some 4 key elements. Mainly, it includes the governor's May revise and its implications on our budget and our financial situation, along with updated assumptions and adjustments, our estimated actuals, what we have at this point thus far, how we're tracking in our current budget year, and then of course the district's multi-year projection and how we play forward for the next several years. So this doesn't include every single tidbit of the governor's revise. It includes main elements that impact us. For example, there are elements of the governor's budget that has funding for TK, K through 6 literacy, et cetera. That doesn't really impact us because we don't offer TK programs. And so the 4 key elements within the governor's budget from essentially January until the May revise is essentially a reduction of overall funding for education by $3 billion statewide. We see a reduction of COLA from 2.43 to 2.3 within the same time. We also see a reduction of the discretionary one-time block grant funding from 1.8 to 1.7 billion dollars statewide, right? I'll give you how it impacts us locally in a couple slides. And then, but it maintains the restoration of what was mentioned before was the LRBG block grant, a restoration of $378.6 million. And again, I'll go over detail how much that means for us. The last 2 items are not in the current budget because it hasn't been finalized by the legislature. It hasn't been signed and adopted by the state yet. And so we can't put in the budget until that gets done. That is supposed to be done by June 15th. So in about 10 days, we'll know one way or the other whether that money actually stays or not, whether we're going to get those funds or not. There's been a lot of criticism thus far of the governor's budget from various legislators and the LOA, which is the Legislative Analyst Office, essentially calling it unsustainable and irresponsible. And so there's a lot of unknowns with the governor's budget. We don't know in the next 10 days what really is going to happen, whether that funding stays as it is, whether it's going to fluctuate, move up or down. We simply do not know at this point. But so the board knows there is potentially approximately $7.3 million in one-time funding out there that if everything falls the right way for us, can come as a one-time funding, but we'll get to that in a bit. What is in the budget is the COLA. And what we like to express is, yes, COLA did increase by 2.3. How it impacts us locally. So the first number that you see is 12,460. That's the base LCFF funding for grades 9 through 12 for the state of California. That's how much we get paid per ADA. And ADA is attendance times enrollment, okay? And at our current ADA of 12.9, our current base LCFF allocation is $246 million, close to $247 million. Next year, in 25-26, with this 2.3% COLA, it increases the per ADA by 2.3%. So you get a higher allocation per ADA, so 12,746, okay? However, due to declining enrollment, our projected ADA goes from 19.8 to about 19 and change. And so our actual base LCFF allocation from the state is $242 million. It's about $4.6 million less money, even though like people hear, hey, it's 2.3 COLA, we're gonna get more money. Not true. We get more money if we have the exact same enrollment, exact same ADA, but because of decline enrollment, we get fewer dollars into what we can spend. Now, when we calculate the supplemental, concentration, and other funds, our total LCFF allocation for this year is $283 million, okay? For next year, because of the work with the UPP and the increase in the 3-year rolling average, we were able to realize some of those funds, those extra supplemental funds. And so our projected overall entitlement for LCFF is close to $283 million. It is actually about $300,000 less dollars overall. That's including all the supplemental, that's including everything, right, for the LCFF. So as an organization, we're getting fewer dollars, period. Even though there's COLA, it's fewer dollars into the bank. This is what I mentioned earlier. These items are not in the budget. That $1.7 billion that is currently being debated, negotiated, et cetera, if it remains at $1.7 billion, and if they use the funding model that we anticipate them to be using, if it stays that way, then potentially it could mean $6.2 million in one-time money for us for 25-26. If the restoration of the LRBG at $378.6 million stays as is, if they use the same funding model, again, there's a lot of ifs, right? If it stays that way, potentially it's $1.1 million to Eastside one time, okay? So the totality is there's potentially about 7.3 of one-time money if everything stays status quo. Will it? We have no idea. We have 10 days to find out. So these are our updated assumptions, impactful assumptions that kind of formulates the what we have. And so our daily attendance, we're projecting to be 93% for our budget year next for this coming budget year, and then we're hopeful that it ticks up slightly in the next subsequent years. Our current P2 ADA is 92.6, and so by upping it to 93%, we feel that that is an optimistic but not an overly far-fetched.
What was our number last year?
Our enrollment was 92. Yeah.
No, I mean, sorry, the year before the two, that was the previous year, excuse me.
23, 24. I don't have that off the head. I can get that for you later.
Just to give me a context as far as how optimistic our projections are, that's all.
Sure.
Well, and quick question. Is there like some kind of a strategic plan to go with that, or we're just hoping more kids will come to school?
So as far as our daily attendance, I know student services and our staff inside are working diligently. They're working very hard for attendance recovery and getting students to show up to school with outreach and Saturday school.
Saturday school plans and things like that. Okay, good.
So that controls our daily attendance. Our enrollment, and just with like the state and the county, we are witnessing declining enrollment.
Right.
And that's more of the hopeful,
right.
students showing up. Our UPP, Again, we are, for this year, with that hard work that staff is engaged in, we managed to increase our UP by close to 10% from last year to this current year. Now, how UPP is funded, it's on a 3-year rolling average. And so our current year of UPP of 60.3 gets averaged into last year and the year before, et cetera. And so for this year, we're funded at 53.85 at the UPP. It impacts current year. And then next year, as the 60.3% kind of rolls over and then the prior years get flushed out, you'll see that number increase a little bit incrementally until we get to the final kind of realization of 60.2 and then year 3, 60.3. Okay, now that's assuming that it stays static at 60.3. If we're able to get it, to 65, 66, then potentially we can get greater level of concentration funds. And so again, that's something that we have somewhat control. I mean, we have work to do. That's an area that we can have some influence on. There are certain other areas that we don't have influence on, in which we can get to in a little bit. The COLA, that's been adopted. That's in place. The 2.3 COLA is official now, and there's no debate about that. That's 2.3 moving forward for next year. Now, if you recall, in January, it was 2.43 in January. The state has revised the anticipated projected COLA for 26-27 to 3.02. Before it was 3.52, so they've shrunk down by 0.5%. And then in 27-28 at 3.42, at that point, previously in January they were projecting 3.63. So overall, the trend is a downward trend in COLA and a downward trend in overall state funding for school.
And yesterday at the Capital Advisors budget overview, they said the governor's putting these COLAs in, but if the money isn't there, they're not funding it. So, I mean, it's exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that goes back to what I mentioned earlier, where the LAO's office has essentially says to the governor, you can't sustain this budget. It's irresponsible. You can't fund all of this. You need to cut somewhere. You need to cut other pieces. So that's already out there in the sphere, so to speak. Our parcel tax revenue, initially in January, we had anticipated about $6.5 million of potential income. We have adjusted to $6 million based on senior citizen exemptions, based on eligible parcels, et cetera. So we have a more kind of finalized figure of $6 million per year. State lottery funds remains constant at $273 per ADA. On the expense side, of course, this year, we had the various salaries of on and off schedule. This budget does not have any salary increases for next year and each of the next 2 years. So to understand that, this does not include any raises for any unit members or staff. We have step and column.
Because those haven't been negotiated, right?
Because it has not been negotiated.
Right.
We can't put any number on there because
That's
nothing
right.
has been approved. We have removed in next year and the out years reduction of FTEs due to attrition. As we decline enrollment, we are then expected to kind of right size our staff naturally without, this is aside from the reduction in force action that we took and potentially will take. But this is just a natural attrition that we have to reduce our FTEs to match our decline in enrollment. Stepping columns 1.5 overall. Statutory benefits relatively constant. Our health benefits, that's a significant increase, and that's one of those elements where we have very little control over. And in a couple of slides, we'll kind of explain to you where that is. The CPI Consumer Price Index is the measure of inflation that's issued by the national government. It's regionalized, and those are the various percentages. Those are not our numbers.
I'm wondering why does it go to 6% in year 2 and 3?
So 6% is our historic number that we've allocated for benefit increases. And so in anticipation of just historically, we plug in 6%. However, for each of the last 2 years, our increases have far exceeded 6%. And so this coming year, we're at 11.3%, which is about 5.3% higher than our projected expense of anticipated expense. Now, what we may have to do is, depending on how 26, 27 comes through, we may have to readjust our norm, right? Our norm has been 6% because that's how we've operated historically. If it continues to come in at double digits, which it very well could, we then may have to we'll have to reflect our kind of default increase of benefits by more than 6%. But those are projections. There's no way for us to know at this point that it's going to be 6% in 26, 27. It could be 0%. It could be 15%. It could be 30%. It's wild, right?
We haven't seen 0% increase in health benefit since I've been on the board.
I'd hate to make a correction, but we have during the pandemic, there was a 0% because of less utilization of the shutdowns. Yeah.
Yes.
So
you're right.
I'm not hoping for another pandemic, but no.
I don't think we can assume those assumptions are not
Right.
realistic.
They're not there. But again, like 6%, and we may have to readjust that in the next years out, depending on how benefits play through. Again, consumer price index, it is what it is. The next slide kind of shows our current year budget as far as where we were at this point last year, what we had projected, where we were at first interim, where we're at second interim, and where we're at now. We're scheduled to deficit spend $43.1 million.
Another quick question, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you earlier talked about the LCFF funding, which is our California state funding. Are we feeling like any of our federal funding is at risk at all, Title I or any of that? I don't know if that's on your presentation somewhere, but.
So so the federal funding is in our budget book, which indicates how much we're anticipating. It's not highlighted in the presentation. For now, and again, this might change in 10 minutes, might change in the next several days. Our federal funds, particularly Title I, we're anticipating roughly the same level. But who knows with what may happen with those particular funds. But at the moment, and with this budget, in the budget is roughly the same level of Title I.
How much of our total revenue is
Federal?
the federal fund account
About
for out of that?
$13.3 million.
13.3 million. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not huge funds, but it's $13 million, right? So again, our deficit, we're scheduled to deficit spend by $43.1 million. Our ending fund balance is scheduled to rest at 75.9. Then we go to the next multi-year, and this is where we'll address some of the issues. So our estimated actuals multi-year, this is from the previous slide. This is what we're projecting for this current budget adoption, 25-26 current budget year. We are scheduled to deficit spend $38.7 million of deficit spending. Now, first question you may ask is, I thought you said earlier we were getting less LCFF funding. Tom, why is it that we're getting $4.4 million more on overall budget? Why? Parcel tax, right? There's $6 million in there, but we have received fewer other local and state funds, but 6 minus fewer other type of funds nets out with a parcel tax to about $4.4 million variance of an increase in revenue. Now, for the next several years, our revenues have climbing incrementally and then stabilized, and that's because of the UPP. Okay, and in the other previous slide, I had in this year at 60.2 and then 60.3%. Potentially that can go higher or it can go lower depending on the outreach, depending on new rules that govern how we qualify families. But then that's reflective of both declining enrollment and higher rates of UPP.
Can we have a clarifications on just to give you an idea? Sometimes we get a number of grant that are coming in. Are those grants included in those estimates, or are those separate that you are?
Everything's included in this budget. Yeah. This is the one big giant pot of funding that
known grant that we have.
Yeah,
right?
The grants that we have, the grants that et cetera, are all in here. The items, really the only items that are not in this pot, so to speak, are bond funds and adult education funds. Those sit in a separate budgetary item, but this is essentially the entire thing. LCAP, restricted, unrestricted, you name it, it's all here. Then the next question, as far as our expenditures, Tom, you're showing roughly the same level of expenditures next year as last year. What happened to the RIFs? I thought we reduced about $7 million of expenses. Yes, we did. And we're glad that you did, because if you didn't, those $7 million of expenses have been eaten up or essentially have gotten back because of an increase in benefits. For next year, we're anticipating $5.7 million of benefit increases. We have very little, if any, control over that figure, right? And for the next several years, that number can go higher, it can go lower, it can go significantly higher, it can go significantly lower. We don't know. And so the RIF, the savings that we realized from the RIF that took place earlier on, have essentially been exhausted by increase in benefits more than we anticipated, increase in utilities more than we anticipated, and insurance and an increase in insurance more than we've anticipated. So that accounts for the RIF. That's why we have the same level of expenditures, is because of those increases, which then puts us again in a position where we will meet our financial obligations and reserves in this next year. However, in the second year out, although we do have a little bit of cash left, meaning we can pay our employees and pay the bills, so to speak, we do not meet the reserves. And so therefore, that's why in the next meeting, we will have to take a fiscal stabilization plan to the county of how to address our deficit spending and how to address our ending fund balance. And then in the third year out, of course, we don't meet our financial obligations. We are essentially out of cash if nothing changes, right? This is what we know today, barring increased revenues somehow, barring decrease of expenses somehow. This is what we know today. We do know for sure that this is a moving document. It fluctuates, it changes. If there are significant changes between now and when we adopt the budget, and if we can't put into the adopted budget in 10 or 12 days, and if there's significant changes between that time and when we start school, there is an opportunity for us to provide a 45 update revised budget at the next meeting in August, if necessary. There's a statutory percentage kicker that kicks in if our budget changes to a certain incremental amount that we do have to provide that 45-day revise. We don't think it's going to be so, but if we do, then we'll bring that to you if there are significant changes between when we adopt in 12 days to when we start school.
How you go back to that slide?
Yep.
How did you arrive ending fund balance in 24, 25, 75.9, then 25, 26, only 37 million? How do you arrive that number?
Because we are deficit spending by 38.7.
Oh, okay. And ask for the decrease, right?
Yeah.
The net decrease. So for 24, 25, you have net decrease only 43.1 already.
Yep.
So
that's how much deficit spending. Yeah, that's how much more money we're spending versus how much we're actually receiving in total funding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the next process in the budget adoptions at the next meeting, again, you'll have the LCAP. And these two documents kind of go hand in hand with the LCAP and the budget, because as one shifts, the other kind of moves along with it. Then the budget adoption, of course, and then our fiscal stabilization plan resolution that we also have to send to the county. And then June to September is when we close our books, reconcile our financials, and then get ready for unaudited actuals.
From colleagues?
Thank you. I think that was more than 6 minutes, so I'm really sorry, guys.
I guess we'll have, in the beginning of the year, we'll have some meeting for the budgets committee to figure out the next game plan. All right. I have a couple of, well, I have one, excuse me, not a couple, have one public comment by Mr. Julio Pardo, as president of the Chapter 187 CSEA. He will be given 5 minutes. If you can, I don't think he, I'm sorry. Oh, are you talking about the, not 10.0, this is 9.06. We'll do the disclosure in a bit. Don't worry.
Julio Pardo, President, Chapter 187 CSEA. I had a chance to, this was one of the few things I was able to look over before coming to this meeting, and it was easy to understand. And so my only contention is the fact that over the years, we've constantly seen the fact that over a 3-year budget, in 3 years, we're going to be broke. And that's historical with this district. I think my colleagues at ESTA would say the same thing. Every time we see a budget, 3 years from now, we're going to be broke. And yet, you look at that, if you look at that budget for this year, and would you start with $119 million? Where did you get that money from? That money came from somewhere, and we feel a lot of it came from the fact that your certificated non-management employees, your classified non-management employees, put a lot of extra work in, took up spaces that were not filled, and helped this district save money. And so we feel that, and I'm talking for classified, but I think certificate would say the same thing. We've put our efforts to help this district save money. And if it weren't for that, we'd be broke this year. I mean, there were 3 years ago, I think 6 years ago, when this year's budget was a 3-year, part of the end of the 3-year, I think we were supposed to have no money. And yet I see $119 million in there. So I just want to point out the fact that, yes, I understand that what one-time monies are. I understand the fact that we can't expect to have all stuff all the time. I understand about health benefits increasing and the fact that we can't count on certain things from the governor. And I hate to say this, the federal government might kill us with some of the dumb things they're doing. But I'm hoping that if somehow those numbers are once again reflect the way it has historically, maybe they don't drop as much, that this board will consider the fact that their workers have helped quite a bit and might look at other ways to thank their workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pardo. All right. Any online? Nope. Okay. We now get to the point where most of you have been waiting for. So I'm going to read the couple of the rules that come with it. Do we need to? We don't need to accept your
Not in
vote.
this meeting.
Yeah. No. Okay. Let me read some of the rules that come with this. So 10.01, members of the public may address the board on any subjects not on tonight's agenda. However, provision of the Brown Act, Government Code sections 549, 54.2a, and 549, 54.3 preclude any actions as an unagendized item. No response is required from the board or district staff, and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item for future meetings. Any person may address the board on any item on the meeting agenda. Person wishing to address the board may participate and comment as follows. In-person public comment may be made in persons in the meeting room by filling out a public speaker request form at the room entrance. When your name is called, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. You may also raise your virtual hand in Zoom to request to speak and offer comment in real time. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Person may also fill out a speaker request form via online submissions. Comments should be limited to no more than 1,000 characters in length. Please reference in your submissions the agenda item numbers for your comment. Your comment will be read out loud as part of the public meeting. Now, first, I just want to express my gratitude to your patience and your being here. And in the future, if I see a lot of students, I might request my colleague to move the item public comment to a little bit earlier. However, having here, we will have some translator. I understand that we have an interpreter in Spanish and Vietnamese, I believe. When you come up, what will be provided to you if you need one? Do we still have our interpreter? Yes, I see a nod ahead here. All right. First speaker, Angela Jung, Valerie Vu, and then followed by Tiffany Vu. So the first speaker will come up. The other two, if you can come on up, sit on one of the front row so that we can be a little more efficient. Get to everybody, if you don't mind. If you have signage and you don't want to wave and block other people's view, feel free to put them on the front row. I know I'm a little bit older, and so my eyesight is not as great as it used to be. Just remember, if you just don't wave in front of the people or in front of the people behind you. And I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Again, Angela Chu, you will have 2 minutes. Con có 2 phút.
Oh, okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Angela Jung, and I'm here to highlight the urgent need for Mrs. To, the Vietnamese parent coordinator, to stay at Yerba Buena High School. With a large Vietnamese student population, many families face language and cultural barriers that make it difficult to engage fully with the school. This isn't due to a lack of commitment, it's a lack of accessible support. Mrs. To, who understands the language and culture, can bridge that gap. She can help parents navigate in school communications, understand academic expectations, and access resources. More importantly, Mrs. To makes families feel seen, heard, and valued. We know that when parents are engaged, students perform better academically, socially, and emotionally. Keeping Mrs. To at Yerba Buena is not just about translation. It's about connection, trust, and ensuring that every family can actively support their child's education. Having Mrs. To is an investment in equity and the future success of Yerba Buena students. Thank you for your guys' time and consideration.
Next speaker, Valerie Vu, and then followed by Tiffany Vu.
Good evening to the board committee. My name is Valerie Vu, and I am here as a future Yerba Buena student to talk about the issue regarding Nguyet To, the Vietnamese parent and community involvement specialist. Many students at YB are children of immigrants. Much more often than not, these first-generation parents struggle to learn English and depend on their children to step in to assist them in translation. As a result, students are given unwanted stress and they take their priority away from studying, which should be their main goal. This can be shown in the many students that I know who submit their parents' paperwork for them solely because they do not understand English. Nguyet To's job is to assist with this. By helping parents, she is also helping the students by taking a burden off their shoulders that should never have been there in the first place. If she's removed, roughly half of YB's entire population will suffer, and much more will in the future. Removing her will result in great consequences and negatively impact Vietnamese students. Once again, the stress will increase. Parents will be less willing to participate in school events, students will retaliate, and eventually studying will seem much less important than comprehending everything in a timely manner. Students will suffer and lose academic standing compared to their peers, which all schools should strive to avoid. With the Vietnamese parent coordinator present, these crises can be avoided. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Tiffany Vu, and then we'll follow by Nhi Nguyen and Julian Vu. Julian Vu or Vu, not sure. You may begin. Please introduce your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tiffany Vu. Today, I want to share why having Miss To at Yerba Buena High School is not just important, it's essential. Yerba Buena serves a wonderfully diverse community, and a large part of that community is Vietnamese. Many Vietnamese parents deeply care about their children's education, but language barriers and unfamiliarity with school systems can make it hard for them to encourage fully. This can leave parents feeling disconnected with students without the full support they deserve. Miss To is the bridge to that gap. They speak the language, understand the culture, and can communicate school policies, opportunities, and resources clearly to families. They also help parents feel confident and welcomed, not as outsiders, but as valued partners in their children's success. When parents are involved, students do better. They attend school more regularly, achieve higher grades, and feel more motivated. The specialist doesn't just help families, they strengthen the entire school community by building trust, connection, and collaboration. In short, having Miss To at YB ensures that every family has a voice and that every student has the strongest support system possible, both at home and at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Nhi, Nhi Nguyen, you have 2 minutes.
Con
You
xin
can
chào,
bend, you can bend it to the way that make you feel comfortable. You
con
have 2
xin
minutes.
chào quý vị. Con tên là Nhi Nguyễn. Con sẽ là học sinh lớp 9 cho năm tới tại trường trung học Yerba Buena. Con biết và hiểu rằng nhiều gia đình, đặc biệt là các gia đình người Việt, chỉ mới đến Hoa Kỳ vài năm và đang trong quá trình học tiếng Anh như con và gia đình con hiện tại. Sự thay đổi này mang đến không ít thử thách, từ việc làm quen với ngôn ngữ, văn hóa đến hệ thống giáo dục mới. Chính vì vậy, sự hiện diện của cô Nguyệt Tô tại trường YB rất cần thiết. Vai trò của cô Nguyệt Tô không chỉ là thông dịch ngôn ngữ, mà còn là cầu nối quan trọng giữa nhà trường và gia đình. Cô Nguyệt Tô giúp con và gia đình, con cũng như những gia đình Việt Nam hiểu rõ về các chương trình học, các cơ hội hỗ trợ học sinh và các hoạt động cộng đồng. Quan trọng hơn hết, cô Nguyệt Tô sẽ là người lắng nghe, đồng hành và hỗ trợ con, các bạn học sinh và gia đình Việt Nam trong suốt hành trình học tập. Khi cha mẹ con hiểu và tham gia vào việc học tập của con sẽ cảm thấy tự tin hơn, học tốt hơn và cảm thấy được sự ủng hộ cả ở nhà lẫn ở trường. Cô Nguyệt không chỉ giúp gia đình con kết nối với nhà trường mà còn giúp con và các bạn học sinh xây dựng niềm tin và đạt thành công trong môi trường mới. Vì vậy, việc có mặt của cô Nguyệt Tô tại trường YB là một người rất cần thiết cho tương lai của con, các bạn học sinh và phụ huynh. Con xin chân thành cảm ơn quý vị đã lắng nghe.
Cảm ơn Nhi và cảm ơn con đã chờ. Glenn, are you translating this one?
Nhi Nguyen, incoming freshman to Yerba Buena. She and her family are among the immigrants that came to the United States. They need to learn English and adjust to the new culture. The presence of the Vietnamese speaking pieces with Tô is crucial to her success and is a valuable asset to her family as well as other immigrant families at Yerba Buena High School. Mr. will help to connect the students and the family to the school culture and help students to build self-esteem and help parents to involve in the school system. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, and please correct me if I mispronounce your name, Yolande Vo.
It's Joanne Vo.
Joanne Vo. Sorry. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I want to share a moment I'll never forget. At a parent-teacher meeting last year, I noticed a Vietnamese mother sitting alone in the back of the room. She clutched her letter about her son's progress. She wanted to ask so many questions to understand how she could better support him, but she didn't speak enough English to communicate. Then Miss Do came over, sat there, then explained the letters in Vietnamese. The mother's face lit up. She smiled warmly, nodding with understanding, and felt relieved knowing she was finally a part of the conversation. Even more touching, her son looked proud and was happy to see his mom involved and standing beside him. This is why we need Mrs. Do at Yerba Buena High School. Our school is proudly diverse, and many of our families are Vietnamese. They care deeply about their children, the children's education, but language and culture barriers often made it hard for them to engage the way they want to. Mrs. Do does more than translate words. She built trust and connection. She empowers parents to ask questions, participate in events, and most importantly, show their kids that they're active partners in their education. When parents are engaged, students succeed in attendance, achievements, and in confidence. Mrs. Do doesn't just support the family, she strengthens the heart of the whole school community. That is why I strongly recommend Mrs. Do stay at Yerba Buena High School because every family deserves to be seen, heard, and empowered. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tô Binh Nguyễn, followed by Minh Huỳnh Trần, and then Pegu Jung. When you come up, introduce your name, and if I mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tô Binh Nguyễn. I'm a junior
at Yerba Buena High School from yesterday. Tonight, I speak from the heart about something truly important, why Yerba Buena High School needs Mrs. Stoll. Yerba Buena High School is a beautiful reflection of diversity, and they have so many parents who deeply care about their children's future and success. But too often, there are so many language barriers from Vietnamese parents. They're unfamiliar about the school system and they feel left out, as if their voices don't matter. Imagine wanting to support your child, but not having the words to know what they mean. Imagine sitting at a school event, just nodding aimlessly, trying to understand what people are saying. This is where Mrs. Doe becomes a lifeline. She doesn't just translate words, she translates hope. She bridges cultures, opens doors, and builds trust to others. She makes parents who are not outsiders looking in, but are valued partners standing beside their students. And when parents are engaged, something more powerful happens. Students thrive, they show up more, they work harder, they believe in themselves because they know their families are right behind there with them. Mrs. Stowe's role isn't just about communication. It's about community and belonging and having every family and student having their chance to rise. This is why I believe Mrs. Stowe should be kept at Yerba Buena High School. Thank you for your time and for believing in every family.
Next speaker, Minh Huỳnh Trần. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Minh Nguyen Tran, and I have James here, my son's here to support YB community. And Ms. Myrtle is a bridge for our families because, as you know, yesterday YB had 425 students graduated, and I counted 175 who carries Vietnamese last name. That means we have about 40% of student population, Vietnamese population. So imagine if Miss Doe is not there for us. I have two sons, James and Harry, under the Miss Doe's there for us. Even though I have some English, but not all of us Vietnamese families speak English, and I witness many of them need Miss Doe to be there to help. So again, I'm done with high school. My son's moving forward, but I'm here to support YB and to support. Please keep Miss Doe. And like yesterday, Miss Van Lay, she was there, right? She delivered the speech in Vietnamese. Well, it's touch. We feel like we are belonging to the communities because we heard our own mother tongue language. So this is the reason why we need to keep Miss Doe as a bridge for benefit of our students and our community. Thank you for your time.
I'm so sorry. Let me try that again. Next speaker, Peggy Jung, followed by Amy Vu, and then last will be Ngọc Nhung. Peggy, welcome. Yep, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. My name is Peggy Chung, and I am a parent of one of the students at YB. I am here tonight because I wanted to express my concern about the elimination of the Vietnamese parent coordinator role at YB. This role is essential to assisting in effective communication between the families and the school, especially for those with limited English proficiency and English learners. YB has a large Vietnamese student population, which is about 30% of the total population, making it the largest demographic at our school. Many Vietnamese families rely on the parent coordinator to interpret school communications, clarify important information, and address concerns. The parent coordinator is a person that families trust and can ensure that they feel heard and understood. If the parent coordinator role is taken away, families will struggle to communicate with other staff members, and this can also hinder student success and overall engagement. The Vietnamese parent coordinator is more than just a translator. They serve as a liaison between families and the school. The parent coordinator's role is vital to ensure that students get the support they need with academic challenges and to keep parents informed and involved in their children's education. The loss of the parent coordinator will leave families without a reliable source of guidance and could potentially hinder the success of students. I urge you to reconsider your decision to eliminate the parent coordinator role and hope that you recognize that eliminating this role will have a significant impact on our school community. Ensuring equitable access to education and communication for all families, regardless of language proficiency, is vital to student success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker, Amy Vu.
Hello, board members. Today I'm going to address the issue of the removal and relocation of our Vietnamese parent coordinator, Mrs. To. My name is Amy Vu, and I'm a graduated senior at Yerba Buena High School and here as Vietnamese Student Association Club's co-president representing the Vietnamese student body. When I first joined YBHS campus, the first thing I noticed was the large community of Vietnamese students and families at orientation day. Our demographic at YBHS includes around a large majority of 50% Vietnamese along with other minorities. And as a Vietnamese student myself, I've had firsthand experience with interacting with other Vietnamese students who are still developing English speaking skills or haven't fully accustomed to our school environment. In my role of the VSA's co-president, I've been granted the opportunity to work with and help students of Vietnamese backgrounds to acclimate to the school environment and providing them a welcoming community through our cultural club. However, who's to take on this role with parents or immigrant families of Vietnamese backgrounds who are struggling with language barriers and want to learn and want to be involved with the well-being of their children in school? This role belongs to the parent and community involvement specialist, specifically our Vietnamese PACIS, Mrs. To, who has made an impactful contribution to the Vietnamese community here at YBHS. And by bridging communication barriers and cultural gaps with families and students. I've known Mrs. To personally, and she goes above and beyond in her involvement with our Vietnamese student population. One example is by giving us access to more cultural resources and opportunities, such as going out of her own way to coordinate a Black April event at YB, which commemorates the fall of Saigon. Even though this is my last year as a student at Yerba Buena High School, I stand and speak here today on behalf of the future of students, such as my younger sisters, immigrant families, or those with language and cultural barriers in the Vietnamese communities. To help our communities thrive here at school, it's essential to keep Mrs. To through her position of the Parent Community Involvement Specialist, and I hope you can take my words into consideration and put the best interests of our students and families at heart from now and for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. Chị Ngọc Dung, you're the next speaker. Just a quickly friendly reminder, it's 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, that was you. Never mind then. Chị Ngọc Dung, you have 2 minutes to speak, please.
Dear Board Trustee and Superintendent, tôi tên Ngọc Dung, là hội trưởng hội Bến Tre Kiến Hòa Bắc Cali. Tôi đang sinh sống trong học khu Eastside. Con cháu của tôi, con cháu của hội viên của chúng tôi là học sinh của học khu Eastside. Trường YB có hơn 40% học sinh người Việt, nên cần có nhân viên, cần có giáo viên cố vấn, cần có ban giám hiệu người Việt để học sinh và cha mẹ phụ huynh học sinh người Việt. Nhưng Hội đồng Quản trị học khu Eastside vừa qua đã bầu cô hiệu trưởng trường YB không phải là người Việt. Đây là một sự bất công, kỳ thị đối với học sinh và cha mẹ phụ huynh học sinh người Việt. Thầy Hiền Đoàn có kinh nghiệm, đã từng dạy, đã từng là phó hiệu trưởng trường YB và đã từng làm hiệu trưởng tạm thời 6 tháng trong trường YB. Thầy Hiền Đoàn biết nói tiếng Việt, hiểu văn hóa tiếng Việt, hiểu cha mẹ học sinh người Việt ở tại trường YB. Vậy mà Hội đồng Quản trị không chọn người Việt có kinh nghiệm làm hiệu trưởng để làm hiệu trưởng trường YB. Chúng tôi cực lực phản đối sự kỳ thị đối với thầy cô giáo, học sinh người Việt tại trường YB. Sau khi thầy Thơm Quỳnh làm hiệu trưởng 9 năm, cô hiệu trưởng Mary Bolet đã làm hiệu trưởng 6 năm. Trường YB có nhiều học sinh đậu thủ khoa và được nhiều bằng khen của Bộ Giáo dục California, của Tòa án tối cao California của thành phố San Jose khen thưởng. Trường YB có hơn 40% học sinh người Việt. Chúng tôi cần có hiệu trưởng người Việt Nam và chúng tôi cần có người Việt Nam để liên lạc với cha mẹ phụ huynh học sinh. Chúng tôi đề nghị 5 ủy viên giáo dục xem xét vấn đề kỳ thị này. Và xin cảm ơn.
Thank you for your, thank you. Next speaker, Loan Vũ.
So in terms of the, in terms of the translation, our policy is that we cannot discuss in public any specific staff person. We can't talk about personnel matters in a public discussion like this. So in your translation, I think it's appropriate to not mention any specific name, you know.
Right. Thank you.
Mrs. Ngọc Dung is the president of the Bến Tre Kiến Hòa Association of Northern California. The children and grandchildren of her association members are students in the district. Yabura has over 40% Vietnamese students, but the appointment of the incoming principal at Yaburana was not in favor of the Vietnamese community. This is an unjust and discriminatory action that need to be reconsidered. Mr. Doan understand Vietnamese culture and can interact well with the Vietnamese speaking community. He understands the cultural values of Vietnamese community and has experience as an associate principal and an interim principal.
I'm sorry, Ching-Wik. With all due respect, I just want to refresh your memory. We're going to skip the portions about the individual employee name, and we can read if you want to translate just the bottom part of this, just out of respect to our standing policy.
And the board does have the benefit of an English language version of what was spoken in Vietnamese. So we are getting the information. We just can't publicly talk about any individuals.
So in general, she and her association opposed the appointment of the incoming principal at Yaburana and believe that this was an unjust and discriminatory issue that need to be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick note, as a policy, we do not mention discussing a personnel matter, as I discussed prior to the beginning of the meeting, but we do acknowledge and receive your letter accompanied here. Next speaker, Loan Vũ, and then followed by Diana Castillo, and then Virginia Inglefinger. Once again, you have 2 minutes, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good evening, President Doe, trustees, and Superintendent Vanderzee. I stand here before you along with my Yerba Buena High School community. We who are here, who all had to leave, who are watching online, and all who cannot make it to address the issue of the removal of our YB Vietnamese parent and community involvement specialist. At the time when what's happening in education has become more unpredictable, and you may have given up hope on our students and families, we would like to petition for action to request that the school board support the YBHS community and the Vietnamese families by retaining Ms. Nguyen Tho, our parent and community involvement specialist, to ensure the success and well-being of all students, as well as the Vietnamese parents and families. Ms. Tho bridges the communication gap between school staff, parents, particularly for families who may have faced foreign language barriers and other cultural differences. In case of YB High School, there is a significant Vietnamese demographic, over 40% students. Having a dedicated Vietnamese parent coordinator like Ms. Tho is crucial for ensuring that these families are able to fully participate in their children's education. Also, by eliminating the Vietnamese coordinator position at YB and moving her to Foothill High School, where the majority of families are Hispanic and Latinos, with 90% of those students and less than 5% Asians, it does not even make sense. And it's essential that she stays at YB. This is the reason why you are undermining the importance of the cultural and linguistic support for these families, but also perpetrates the marginalization of our Vietnamese and Asian group within our school system. Let me remind you, on May 8th, at the board meeting, Trustee Herrera asked Ms. Marquez if changes can still be made. And Ms. Marquez responded, yes. So we urge the school board to reconsider the decision of removing the Vietnamese parent coordinator, Ms. Nguyệt Tho, from YB and take into account the data and feedback from our school community, and also the crucial to ensure that equity and inclusivity in our school and provide the necessary support for all of our students and families. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and we look forward to your prompt action in addressing this issue. You're giving me 2 minutes, which I cannot share all the data and everything else, but we're here to voice ourselves. So we hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I share yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
I want to share this with you. If you're holding it and reading it, and if you don't understand, who's able to help you? That's how our community feels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking. I do want to just make a friendly reminder that it is 2 minutes. So when we get to, I give a few seconds for you to finish whatever you have to say if you pass the 2 minutes. But after that, you're going to see me waving this card as a signal that you should wrap up that sentence you want. All right, next speaker, Ms. Diana Castillo, and then followed by Virginia Inglefinger.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Diana Castillo, and I proudly served as an attendance clerk at Independence High School for the past 27 years. Over that time, I've been seeing many changes, but one thing that remains constant is the high level of support our community needs, especially our Spanish and Vietnamese-speaking families. The attendance office is often the first stop for phone calls and walk-ins, even when the questions are for other departments. We guide parents and students, many of whom don't speak English, to the right resources. I help many Spanish-speaking families every day, and thankfully, we've had a Vietnamese-speaking staff member who assists around 40 people daily. Without the support, the language line can take 5 minutes or more per call, which adds up fast. Our office is also located in the student union. There's heavy foot traffic and multiple shared spaces, like the teachers' mailboxes, outgoing, incoming mail, PA system, fire alarm control, staff eating area, and staff restrooms. It is a busy hub that demands constant attention and quick thinking. Right now, we're asking that you please reconsider the proposal to reduce the attendance coach positions. One person cannot manage the volume responsibilities alone, and leaving the office unattended would raise safety concerns. I invite you to visit our school to see firsthand how vital this work is. Our school is not like other schools in the district and should not be treated like others. Please help me provide better service to our students and their families by keeping Ms. Tao fam. Thank you for your time and your support, our students and family.
Thank you, Diana. All right, next speaker, Virginia Inglefinger, will be followed by Jack Hamner, and finally, Mr. Julio Pardo. Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Good evening. Do I press the mic? I'm good. Okay. A little closer. Okay. Good evening, board members and superintendents. I want to thank you all for restoring the 11 campus monitors. Our site desperately needs those additional monitors. We have such a large landmass with 102 acres. So
Could you please state
again,
your name?
Virginia Inglefinger, Independence High School, as the site president and digital art teacher. So I'm also here to advocate for our fellow CSEA staff specifically Deanna Castillo and Tao Pham, our attendance clerks at Independence High School. In light of losing Tao Pham, we as a staff are concerned about the overall negative impact this will have on both CSEA's workload and the Vietnamese-speaking families and students. Currently, our site experiences high influxes of both Spanish and Vietnamese-speaking families. Deanna Castillo directly assists our Spanish-speaking families, and Tao Pham works with our Vietnamese-speaking families. Upon touching base with our CSEA staff, it is apparent that at least 40 Vietnamese-speaking family members visit our attendance office daily. Tao Pham works with these families daily. Tao Pham also assists our SPED department in translating. She is a necessity for our site. We are asking now, you are all asking our lone attendance clerk to assist all of our Vietnamese-speaking family members, even with the assistance of Language Line, which generally takes 5 minutes to connect to. This will not meet the needs of our Vietnamese community. Our site warrants 2 attendance clerks. Not all sites are the same. Our site specifically has a very large population of Vietnamese students and families, as well as Spanish families and students. We do need Tao Pham. We must have her back at Indy. She's much of a necessity for our campus to operate efficiently. Thank you for your time and consistently listening to our ongoing concerns at our site. Know that we are advocates for both staff and students. Thank you so much.
Hey, good evening. My name is Jack Hamner. I'm the president of Eastside Teachers Association, and I'm just here initially to support anything and everything that all of those people said tonight. While those comments were being said, I know most of you, like myself, didn't understand a thing that was being said. And a lot of us sit there and you twiddle your thumbs and you're looking on your phone because you have no clue what's being said and you don't know what's going on. That's what our parents and our kids feel like when they come to school and they don't have somebody to be able to communicate with. And the pieces or any of those positions, the title doesn't matter, but it's super, super important for them to have somebody to connect to when they get there. And the amount of money that these positions cost in the overall picture of a budget is so worth it. So even if we have 2 per site, you got to ask yourself, for that amount of money that it does cost for that extra person, and I'm not talking about just YB, I'm not talking about Independence, and I'm not talking exclusively about Vietnamese. I'm talking about all of them. We have many, many immigrants that speak these different languages, and we need to do something to support them better, to make them at ease with helping their students to be more successful. So think about this from a budgetary perspective. I get all the stuff that Tom shows you, but when you're talking about, I don't know what the pieces make, but I can tell you it's very minimal in compared to what, the whole district budget is. I can't imagine that it's not worth doing that because our students need that and our parents need that. So be careful and think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamner. Our next speaker, Mr. Julio Pardo. We can ignore the clock because you never use up your 5 minutes anyway. I know it's not correct, but.
Once again, Julio Pardo, President, Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 187, East Foothills. First of all, after the presentations made earlier, I have to thank the administration over here, because if I understand it correctly, some classified employee positions are going to be coming back based on your recommendations, which means that obviously the LCAP had something to do with it, it's Marquez. Obviously, they had to go to the financial people, Mr. Nguyen, whatever. They had to go to you, and you had to say something, and obviously Mr. Davis had to say something, and obviously their boss over here had to say something. And obviously the board said something to them, which means to me, I'm hoping that some of the things I said earlier this year hopefully got through to everybody. But based on what you heard just now, this district still has a lot of things we need to do. And I know that some of it has to do with the fact that, as I said, I've agreed with Mr. Banerjee and others, we're not funded properly. The state has a lot of ways to go to make things equal for everybody. But on the other hand, there are things that this board has to consider when it comes to dealing, as I've said, with the people that work for them. But rather than go into all that detail, I'm just going to tell a story I remember from when I was young. So I had a friend that went and bought a car. It wasn't the greatest looking car, but that car ran really well. And we were young, and it's like, hey, let's go cruise First Street. That's where we cruised in those days. And so we're going down, come back. So after a few months, it felt great. A few months, he saved some money. He said, hey, I'm going to get some wheels so that, we can look good going down. Hey, that sounds good. Go down again. Hey, we're looking better. We're getting some people looking at us now. So come back a few months later. Hey, I'm gonna get a paint job and really look good. Once again, going down First Street, and so now people starting to watch us. Wow, we're getting attention. So he feels even better now. A few months go by. Hey, I'm gonna put if you remember this, I'm gonna get some Bose speakers and an 8-track. And we're gonna sound good. Just that you guys know, an 8-track is what you guys listen to on their iPods now. So now we're cruising down First Street, full blast on those speakers, and it sounds great. And oh my God, we're the toast of First Street that night. Next day, he calls me up and says, hey, Pardo, can you come pick me up to help me go to work? I said, what's wrong? My car doesn't work. Oh, okay. Go pick him up, take him back. Take him back home that day. His dad puts a sign on the car, for sale as is. What's the problem? The engine burned out because you never put any oil in it. You never replaced it. You got to take care of the things that work for you to make these run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pardo. I'm going to pretend I don't know what an 8-track is.
I don't know, that analogy kind of struck home for me. Decades ago, I didn't properly take care of cars and I burned out 2 of them for just lacking putting in oil,
I'm glad we fixed the clocks in time. Thanks for our IT departments. If there's no additional comment from my colleague on this item. Oh, there is. I'm sorry, there's an online comment. Thank you.
Online public comment from Chow Kwok. Next fall, Independence will be significantly understaffed with only 2 advisors and 1 campus monitor responsible for student safety. This is deeply concerning given the size and openness of our campus. Strangers regularly walk through, and I've witnessed this firsthand. Our current safety team of 4 advisors works tirelessly to escort trespassers off campus, respond to fights, and manage break-ins and theft. The leadership room alone has been broken into 5 to 6 times this year with valuable items stolen, including a brand new Blackstone grill, camera, tools, and canopies. Reducing this essential staff puts students and staff at serious risk during the school day and after school events. These roles are not optional. They are critical to a safe, supportive learning environment. I urge the district to reconsider these cuts and prioritize campus safety. Public comment from staff member William Brown. Regarding the proposed policy on hate speech, I am so impressed that the district is taking concerns that come directly from the students seriously. However, after reading the latest draft of the policy, I am concerned that the district is not seeing all the potential pitfalls. I do not believe that the policy as written is doing enough to protect our teachers from blowback if they teach a text approved by the district that has inflammatory language in it. The policy needs to have very clear language that allows teachers to teach texts that have been approved by the district. Additionally, this policy calls out a few specific slurs against one specific group. Why does the policy ignore other minority groups? We need to take all groups into consideration or we will be doing this again next year. This policy has the makings of something wonderful. It's just not there yet. Public comment from staff member Gretchen Larice. I'd like to bring to your attention the cuts to our safety team at Independence. With our campus being so spread out and with multiple entrances, we have a lot of trespassers on any given day. You're cutting our safety team in half, and with that happening, the response time to critical events will be longer. Our campus monitors and advisors are constantly keeping tabs on roaming students and members of the community who should not be on the campus. I feel a sense of safety knowing that our golf cart people are out there watching things for us. We need a full team to make sure that our students and staff are safe. Please reconsider the safety team numbers at Independence and bring back the people who are helping us remain safe on campus while we can teach and students can learn. Public comment from staff member Christina Helmer. You need to understand that by continually cutting staff at Independence High School, you are leaving the students and staff open to safety issues. You are not only removing crucial safety staff like advisors and campus monitors, but you're also removing an attendance clerk and pieces who are a gateway between students and their families. Without these support staff, it will not matter how many fences are put up. The danger is real for the vast acreage we have. You need to consider cutting positions at the district office and reinstating the positions being cut to ensure the safety of our students and staff. It is also crucial to consider another pieces to ensure our students are receiving the necessary support outside of the classroom, especially in these trying times with the unstable federal mandates and ICE. It is not okay just to send emails pretending to care and then cut the very positions necessary to uphold the work being discussed in said emails. Be better. That is the end of online public comment.
Thank you. Thank you. I know that under 10.0, we do not take any actions, but I will be reaching out to the superintendent to have discussions in a way that can be supportive to each and every one of our students. That's what we always want to do, is to welcome each and every one of our students as they are. So thank you. If any one of my colleagues, I can take one more. The Brown, only one more. If you're interested in joining me, send me a text and we can have a conversations. Item 11.01, discussion and action to adopt resolutions 2024-25-39 in support of Senate Bill 743, the Education Equalization Endowment Act. Superintendent Vendezi, please.
As mentioned earlier, the state funding formula is not fair to the students of Eastside. It's not fair to our entire teaching and educating community. It's not fair to the community at large. Within the county of Santa Clara, there are 5 high school districts. In some cases, our students are funded at half the rate of students 20 minutes away. It's based on a flawed formula that comes from the states that separates community-funded schools and state-funded schools. There's a misconception out there that we receive more money because we have the LCAP. Untrue. Our funding levers are nowhere near the equal levels of the 4 other high school only districts in the county, much less receive more. When we look at times like this, when there's no one-time funds, when we look at moments where the state doesn't have the resources, districts like ours have to talk about cutting 10 million people. $10 million worth of people. Let's clarify that. With more potentially cuts coming. Having to constantly have this conversation of, are we broke 3 years out or are we good? Those conversations don't happen 20 minutes away in these times because there's money to spare. There's programs to meet every student need, even though there are fewer student needs. There are over 1,000 identified as unhoused students experiencing unhoused situation in our district. The other 4 are nowhere near that number, yet we're funded at times at half the rate. So when I hear our community ask for more and need more and say we're ready here, we're interested, we want to engage, I hear it, I applaud it, I'm for it, and also working in a district that is not funded at times to give everybody and everything that we truly deserve as an educating community and as a community of learners. That's why Senate Bill 743 is so important. The resolution that's being brought for you tonight and considered for adoption is to support Senate Bill 743. It's the Education Equalization Endowment Act. And if my voice is changing tonight rather than normal, it's because this is the problem that has been facing Eastside for years because of the funding imbalance, and something needs to happen. And we cannot pretend that something wrong is happening over at Eastside compared to somewhere 20 minutes away when we're doing more with less. Senate Bill 743, the Education Equalization Endowment Act, was introduced by Senator Dave Cortese, and it proposes the creation of a state-funded endowment. What that essentially does is to account to equitably support less well-funded districts like Eastside without reducing existing revenues for more resource district. When there's a state surplus, the idea is that the funds go into a long-term needs-based education funding account that gets distributed to districts like ours that receive less. That doesn't take away funding from the other districts. It's in a time of surplus that those money goes to the districts that are historically underfunded. It made it through the Education Committee, it made it through appropriations, it made it out of the Senate. Whether this thing passes or not, it's important that East Side and our feeder districts and districts across the state like ours are loud about this and tell people about this and inform people and break the narrative that somehow there are schools considered underperforming when truly it's just a matter of underfunding. And if this bill itself doesn't pass, that it leads to other initiatives, other potential constitutional matters. Our cities have been redlined for years. Our community have been displaced by funding models. And this Senate bill intends to start to confront that reality and look to change it without taking money from others. So I've asked if we could click on the resolution just so we can, it's already there. Oh, thanks for saying. The resolution is before you. I encourage all of you to read it. I know, I believe the Senate or the Student Governing Board, we discussed at the last meeting, and they'll be deciding, they will be deciding what they want to do with this information in future action. But tonight, the action that is brought before the board is to support this resolution in support of Senate Bill 743 and to the greater support to the greater action of equalizing funding for our learners. If we're going to have the same state standards, if we're going to have the same A through G requirements, if we're going to have the same UC and CSU entrance requirements, if we're going to have state adopted curriculum be the same for all students, why are we not funding them and investing with them equally as well? Let's be about it.
I'll move to approve.
Second. All right.
No conflict of interest there.
Um, First of all, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the statement made by, the speech made by our Superintendent Vendizi's eloquence and accurate, and I appreciate the passion and that you expressed there. All right, motions by Trustee Cortese, second by both Lay and Chavez. I'm sorry? Okay, I will, Trustee Lay, second Lay. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues, how do you vote? Aye. All right. I think
And before we move on, I just want to acknowledge Superintendent's role in this, because this resolution was born in his conference room. And it was your commitment and your passion on this issue that really brought that to a brainstorming place where this got created. So thank you for that.
I remember the first time you mentioned something to this effect, and the word it will require revolutions. I think it's I'm glad the revolution is one where we all take a step forward to support each and every one of our students to have equal funding so that they can have all equal access to education. So thank you for all the work each and every one of you have put forward so that we can move forward. And I'm looking forward to the positive news. All right. Item 11.02 is related to me. And so I will step out and then come get me when you're ready.
Good evening, Board. In connection with the district's process for changing to single-member district elections, the board has set 2 public hearings and special meetings for June 26th and July 15th. There is a very compressed time frame for completion of these meetings under the California Voting Rights Act. When these meetings were originally being scheduled, the board was given information that not all board members need to be necessarily present for that, but there was a subsequent recommendation that all board members be present. In the meantime, Member Doe, who had had a longstanding plan to leave the country, made firm travel arrangements. And for him to attend these meetings now would impose a hardship on him monetarily due to the cost of changing his travel plans and then also changing his family's plans as well. So the request is being made to excuse his absence from the June 26th and July 15th special meetings per Ed Code Section 35120C.
Move for
Move
approval.
to approve, oh, go ahead.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Can you call for the?
Yeah. I would say this is you, Bun.
So, should I do?
Can you just call for the,
Call for the vote.
Katie and then?
Katie, how do you vote? All right. So, how is the board vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. This board
Passes unanimously,
Yes, that's
with the exception of the board president.
Who has recused himself.
Right.
Well, it was a lot.
11:03, discussion and action to adopt proposed amendment 2024-25 board meeting calendar. Superintendent Venezi, please.
This is just to add a board retreat on June 18 to the existing calendar.
Right.
Second.
Moved by Chavez, second by Cortese. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
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 Motion passed 5-0. 12:02, presentation, discussion, no action regarding the Instructional Policies Committee, IPC.
We're looking at the clock and coming up on 10 o'clock, and I'm looking at knees that are starting to shake, so I wonder if we should call for additional time and then maybe have a break.
Yes. Now, I'm just have quick questions. How long do you think your presentations? I know he said 20 minutes.
It's possible this may generate some questions on your part, to be honest with you, that the questions might actually take longer than the presentation.
Stand to 30.
I'm only asking question not to limit your time, of course, but to have an idea so that we know how many minutes to.
And then,
to
and then
spend.
Associate Principal Marquez, how long is the continuity, do you believe?
Okay. How about we
And-
extend our meeting to 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Sure.
Need a motion, colleagues?
I'll move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Okay, motion by Cortese, second by Chavez. Katie, how do you vote? Colleague, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, motion passed 5-0. We are now going to 11 o'clock. All right.
No,
let's-
no. We're extending the
Stand.
limit of the meeting until 11. We're not.
What she
going to
said.
11.
What she said. What she said over there.
I think it should be. Board President, could we call for a break, a short break for the group before
Yes.
they come back?
How about we take a 3-4 minutes break and then we continue?
Let the student, they can take off. Right? Student can, do they want to take off? Yeah, let them take off.
Students, if you leave, we completely understand. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Our president asked me to start the the meeting, so let's move on. So we are on item 12.1, presentation and discussion and/or action regarding instructional policies committee, update of actions, recommendations, and projects. Mr. Kai Gluckner, Director of Instructional Services, and Teresa Marcus, Associate Superintendent of Educational Services. Please take it over, Mr. Kai.
Thank you. Good evening. Kyle Kleckner, Director of Instructional Services. Joining me this evening is Dr. Abby Soriano, our English Subject Area Coordinator. So today we are here to provide an update and recommendations for action tonight regarding the acts that were taken by the Instructional Policies Committee this year. The goal of the Instructional Policies Committee is really aligned to what our promise is, that all students graduate ready for college and career. And the Instructional Policies Committee, or IPC, as we call it, really kind of lays the bricks on the road of how we achieve that promise. What courses students take, what instructional resources are used by students, what textbooks are used, what novels are used, are all within the purview of IPC, working towards the goal of all students graduating prepared for college and career. It is also rooted in our equitable Eastside community and welcoming all students as they are, positively responding to students' needs, knowing students' strengths and areas of growth, knowing what they are and supporting them, and of course, those critical thinking tasks that prepare students to engage themselves in Silicon Valley and in the wider global community. One of the great things about IPC is its structure and how it's really set up to not just put in place policies around curriculum and instruction, but also making sure that barriers of access to students are removed and making sure that we are putting in solid practices where all students can access the curricula. And as we go through the courses and the instructional materials tonight, you will see that special attention is paid to special populations of students, students with disabilities, our multilingual students, making sure that they are able to access the same rigorous curriculum as every other student that we have in our district. And really the pilot process that takes place in IPC, where teachers and teacher leaders and administrators have the opportunity to interview students, to interview teachers, to visit classrooms, to see how the curriculum is actually going, is really powerful in making sure that we have that rigorous curriculum in place, and really powerful in making sure that we remove barriers of access so that all students can access rigorous coursework. So IPC is actually rooted in board policy and admin regulations. It is an advisory group that focuses on instruction, curriculum, and textbook changes. And essentially, they are a liaison between the faculty, the student body, all the teaching and learning that takes place in the district, and the superintendent and the board of trustees. They review curricula, they review instructional materials, and ultimately vote to make recommendations to this board on what curricula and instructional materials to adopt. IPC is made up of an administrator from every one of our school sites, typically the APED. There's also a teacher representative that is selected from each school site. All of our subject area coordinators in every subject is on IPC. ESTA has a seat on IPC. And of course, Ms. Marquez, our Associate Superintendent of Educational Development, chairs IPC as well.
Super quick question. I know I'm violating my own. Don't ask questions. But we used to have a student part of that committee. Do we still have that, or?
Yeah, so there are slots available for students. You know, the joke I made earlier about curriculum and instruction waking folks up, the meetings can be a little dry. And so sometimes for students, they take place after school. Sometimes there's some attrition. However, you know, when we pilot courses, there are specific courses where students will visit and will give sort of their feedback to the committee on sort of how that course works for them, what they think about it. And then students are spoken to during the visits as well. And we anticipate, you know, down the road that, you know, we may have additional students join IPC. So there's always a spot for them. It just kind of is a little dry. So specifically, IPC really focuses in on analyzing the effectiveness in curriculum and instruction for all students, right? Do we have rigorous curriculum in place for students? Is it accessible for all of our students? And we're not just talking the general education program. When we look at specific courses, we're making sure that it's aligned to students who may be taking mild to moderate classes who have IEPs, to students who are in an extensive special needs program, that they have the same access to rigorous level coursework. We make sure that the coursework is in alignment with all California state standards and all relevant ed code and board policy. Again, making sure that the curriculum is accessible to all students, making sure that we are providing teachers the appropriate resources on how to implement that curriculum, right? So if we are adding a new science course, are we providing the necessary resources to have a lab for that science course, whether it's laboratory materials or whether it's online, digital, virtual labs, things like that. And ultimately, really studying the potential impact on the entire system of how a particular course fits into a student's four-year plan and really impacts different groups of students. And so at this point, we had around 40 actions or so that was taken during IPC this school year. We're going to briefly run through each one. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Soriano, our English Subject Area Coordinator, to run through English, ELD, English Learner Development, and student activities.
Good evening, Superintendent Vanderzee and Board and Associate Superintendents. My name is Abby Soriano, and I'm just going to walk through some of the IPC actions that were taken this school year. As Kyle mentioned, I am the English Subject Area Coordinator, and I am also going to be representing some of my Subject Area Coordinator colleagues tonight. Okay. How's this? Is this better? Closer. Okay. There. Okay. So, in alignment with AB 181, Assembly Bill 181, which outlined a alternate diploma pathway for our students with extensive support needs, or ESN students, the subject area coordinators in English, math, science, and social science have been developing a course pathway for our students with extensive support needs to earn a high school diploma. This has been exciting work as we collaborate with our special services department and as we build curriculum. And so as we continue to build courses, we are piloting courses and writing curriculum. So this year, English is piloting English 3 Essentials, and English 2 Essentials was permanently adopted, and it was made a permanent course. Another exciting new development in English is the fact that we now have an AP English sophomore level course. So while this is new for East Side, some of our neighboring districts have already adopted AP English seminar at the sophomore level. So now our sophomores are able to take an AP English class and earn AP credit. So that has been approved, and along with these new courses came permanent adoption of a new textbook for AP English seminar, and there was also an addition to our English Essentials curriculum, which supports our students with IEPs, and the book is called Street Life, written by UCSB professor Dr. Victor Rios. I will now be speaking about ELD. So in our English Language Development Department, Jose Solis worked with the ELD teachers to pilot a new textbook. And so the textbook committee decided to go with Engage with Literature and Content. And so that was approved by IPC for permanent adoption. And Jose Solis is also currently working with Andrew Hill's IB coordinator and the principal of Andrew Hill, Jose Hernandez, to develop an ELD course in the IB program. So it will have the rigor of IB and the IB designation, while also helping to develop our multilingual students' capacity in English. Virginia Yenter, our subject area coordinator in leadership, has been working to develop a new course. It's another G elective. This is called Character of Leadership. Character of Leadership is a project. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. Character of Leadership is a project-based course with the goal of increasing student leadership capabilities and bringing about positive change in school communities, and to also encourage service to others. So that course has been approved for permanent adoption.
So turning to mathematics, the first course that is going to be piloted for next year is geometry. And so this is the first course that's part of a 3-year phased-in rollout as we transition away from our integrated math courses to a traditional course sequence, geometry, algebra 1, algebra 2. To make sure that the rollout goes well and to support all students who already started in the integrated pathway, each course is going to be introduced on an annual basis. So geometry next year, algebra 1 the year following, algebra 2 after that, and geometry is going to be piloted. Could do a whole probably 45-minute presentation on why we're doing that transition. There's many reasons for it. All of them will benefit students. And so if you have any questions about it, I'm happy to answer it. For our ESN program, our program for students who have exceptional special needs, we're going to be piloting Financial Algebra Essentials A, a standards-aligned curriculum that also helps students develop skills with money math that will help them as they transition to adulthood. And then one that I'm really excited about is a piloted course, a math lab with coding and robotics, where students will learn mathematics alongside learning how to create robots. And so there's about 16 robots for one class. It's going to be piloted by Miss Davis at WC Overfelt, and students will learn math, learn computer science, and learn robotics all at the same time.
I have to ask questions. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Sorry, Patty. So geometry is going to be, even though it's a pilot, it's for like all of our incoming 9th graders, right? Because we're switching to the new framework. Is that right? Or some schools?
So yes and no. So all schools will be switching to the traditional model, yes. Geometry, Algebra 1, Algebra 2 is the course sequence, followed by AP Pre-Calculus. One of the reasons why we're changing to a traditional framework is to ensure that all students, if they progress through the normal course sequence, have access to a college-level math course their senior year. Now, there may be some students coming in that don't necessarily take geometry in the 9th grade because they've accelerated previously. And so we always support students' individual strengths, right? And we've worked very closely with the East Side Alliance and our feeder districts to align our courses. And so starting next year, all of our 7 feeders and us are going to be aligned from 6th grade to 12th grade when it comes to math courses. And so if a student accelerates, in a couple of years, they may come in and have Algebra 1 as their 9th grade class, and then sort of skip a year and go that way.
I see.
But yeah, geometry will be at all sites next
Right.
year.
Okay. But the math lab with coding, that's going to be piloted specifically at Overfelt.
Yeah, and that one's outside of the sequence. It's a mathematics elective.
Cool.
Yeah, it's going to be cool.
Sign up for that?
Yeah, I know, right? In terms of curricula, there's
sorry.
My apologies.
Can I have a question? So what happened to the student that the feeder district failed the math class, at their school before entering to our, district?
Yeah, good question. So all of our students, when they come in at ninth grade, unless they have an IEP and they're going into essentials class, will be coming in at geometry. Now, what a lot of our schools do is offer summer help to help onboard students. And so we have math classes that are offered to incoming ninth graders during summer school for students who may have struggled in middle school, where they can learn some skills to prepare themselves for geometry. We also have summer bridge courses where students can do that as well as acceleration opportunities. And so we know it's true that many of our students, struggle with mathematics, and that starts very early in elementary grades, which is part of the reason why that collaboration with our feeder districts is so essential. We're having conversations about what mathematics standards should be prioritized in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade to best prepare students for coming in and taking our geometry courses. So in the short term, we have those summer classes that students can take to improve their skills to get ready for high school. In the short and medium term, our teachers, of course, are differentiating and meeting students where they are. But in the long term, we're working with those elementary and middle school districts to make sure that their mathematics teaching is aligned to these standards and what students need to be prepared for when they get to high school.
What I heard earlier was geometry, algebra 1, 2, and then pre-calculus.
Yes.
And then calculus. Obviously, you're skipping trigonometry as an option, or is that still an option, but it's for a separate track?
Yeah, so trig is included within Algebra 2. And so, like back when I went to high school, it was called Algebra 2 trig. Many of those skills and standards are embedded within that Algebra 2 class. So it's not a separate course. It's in there with Algebra 2.
Right. I remember taking trigonometry separately and then calculus, right? So but it was algebra 2 and then trigonometry. Now you just take a portion of the trigonometry, because by itself with trigonometry, it was I would say it's pretty extensive.
Yeah, I mean, the mathematics standards, they'll change over time of what the math experts sort of at the state level, at the university level want to see. But those essential trigonometry standards are going to be embedded within the Algebra 2 course to prepare students to take pre-calculus and then calculus.
Got it.
Now, in terms of textbooks, we are actually going to be piloting 2 textbooks for the new traditional math course sequences. And this is going to be for geometry, Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. And that's Envision California Geometry by Savas and Reveal Math by McGraw-Hill. And so you have teachers at all of our school sites across the district that are going to be piloting one or the other, and some few select teachers are piloting both. And then eventually, there's going to be many conversations had among the math teachers around, which textbook works best for students, which is best to sort of move them along the road of getting towards that AP pre-calculus class and ready for college. And then a final decision will be made by the math teachers, recommended to IPC, and then brought to the board for ratification. So switching to science. So we had 2 courses that went through IPC for science, both for students in our extensive special needs program. Essentials of Earth and Space Science will be a pilot for 25-26 taken by junior and senior students. And then Physical Science Essentials is being recommended for permanent adoption. And I just really need to say that our district, really through, I think, the visionary work of Ms. Guerrero and many of our subject area coordinators, as well as our teachers in special education, we are a leader in the state of California when it comes to diploma pathway for students with extensive special needs. When we go to conferences and when we go to these meetings to hear about how you roll it out, the conversations that other school districts are having is how do we convince our superintendent and school board that the alternative pathway to a diploma is an important thing? Let me tell you, next year, when you go to graduation ceremonies at our school site, you will be shaking the hands of our very first class graduating with a diploma in the alternate diploma pathway. So exciting and so important. Like, this can be the difference between a student being in an institutionalized group home setting or being independent with a job in their own apartment, right? Like, this is going to change the quality of life for our students with extensive special needs in immeasurable ways. And it's all standards aligned curriculum. It's the same material that students are learning in the general education classrooms, just scaffolded down to a way that students can understand. They're learning about the Parthenon in world history. They're learning algebra in their math class. And they're really doing it because it's scaffolded down to the appropriate level. I think you can tell I'm really excited to have our first students next year graduate with a diploma.
Okay, you woke me up now.
Yeah.
You
It's
woke
like-
me up, Kyle. You woke me up.
No, with science, they were very busy when it came to instructional materials and textbooks. I'm not going to run down each one, but you can see for 3 IB classes at Andrew Hill, they have recommendations for permanent adoption, and then some for biology, AP physics, and marine biology class. Switching over to social science, we have 3 more ESN courses that are recommended to be approved for permanent adoption. And then for general education, we have ethnic studies. So ethnic studies, yeah, is an interesting one. Again, our district has been a leader in this area. We've had this course for, I believe, over 10 years. But as you know, there's going to be a new graduation requirement going into effect for the 9th graders entering in 26-27. So not next year. Next year, LEAs were required to try to offer it if there was student interest, and just about every one of our site will have an ethnic studies course. Now, the reason it went to IPC is because the state laid out a framework for how the ethnic studies curriculum should be adopted. Pretty broad framework, and then LEAs had the responsibility to sort of color in that framework with the curriculum. And so we had a team of teachers led by our subject area coordinator, Susan J., went to many workshops, spent many, many hours working together to come up with our curriculum, really aligned to East Side and East Side communities, and students will be shifting over to that new curriculum next year in preparation for the rollout of the graduation requirement at the beginning of the 26-27 school year. For social studies, we had 1 textbook for AP US History recommended for permanent adoption. Ironically, the name of the textbook was called American History. For world language, we have 2 courses, one for permanent adoption and one on pilot status. At Evergreen Valley, the community was very interested in offering a Hindi course, which is aligned to the community. And so Evergreen Valley will be piloting Hindi 1. The first and hopefully a 4-year sequence of Hindi courses. Only a handful of schools in the state of California offer Hindi. And then Vietnamese 4, which was on pilot status, is now recommended for permanent adoption. And that will open doors for students when it comes to the seal of biliteracy and really making sure they're learning about the linguistics and cultural concepts to have a full, rigorous 4-year experience.
I know we have 2 separate tracks for Vietnamese. Can you just tell us? In that
Yeah, so this is the standard Vietnamese. So it's not the Vietnamese heritage or Vietnamese for Vietnamese speakers. This is the 4th course in the standard Vietnamese sequence.
Looking forward to seeing the textbooks.
Yeah, well, for standard Vietnamese, it's actually a digital curriculum that was put together by the teacher on special assignment and the Vietnamese teachers. So yeah, we could definitely show you those digital resources for that course. In terms of instructional materials and textbooks, there are 5 for a variety of different courses that were either recommended for pilot, informational, or approved for permanent adoption for Spanish and French. Performing arts. Oh, this is another one that's going to get me jumping up and down. We're going to be piloting mariachi as an A through G performing arts course. That's right. So we have a visionary teacher at WC Overfelt, Mr. David Sanchez, who worked with our subject area coordinator, Ken Ponticelli, to put together the curricular materials with for mariachi. Mr. Sanchez has experience with mariachi and really leveraged his expertise to put together a rigorous curriculum for WC Overfelt. They are so excited to offer this course next year and to pilot it. And it's definitely one that's going to be drawing a lot of visitors when we're checking it out for the pilot.
I think that's going to be 5 board members visiting Overfelt next.
Yes. Another exciting one from our visual arts department is Ceramics 1 Foundations. And so this is a visual arts course that's going to be piloted at Overfelt and Santa Teresa, where students will be working with ceramics. In career technical education, there are 3 courses that went through for CTE this year. Permanent adoption for constitutional law, a 2nd-year pilot for networking and IT fundamentals, and then sports medicine and athletic training, permanent adoption for the level 2 course at Evergreen Valley. And then finally, elective courses, academic peer tutor is being recommended for permanent adoption. You may have heard courses called student aid, where essentially a student is placed in a teacher's class as a helper. Very unstructured, It's used a lot, like with purpose and intentionality by some teachers, and for others, it's kind of a hangout period. Academic peer tutor is an opportunity for students to take moral action on their campus. And so we have a couple sites who are piloting in this year who placed upper level students, primarily seniors, in ELD classes, special education classes, math classes, performing arts classes, and they tutored their classmates. So it's super exciting. One of our schools, Oak Grove, had, I think, 36 or so academic peer tutors and classes. And so when we think about how to support our English learners, how to support our diverse learners with different needs, there is absolutely no reason why we can't reach out to their classmates and leverage their knowledge and expertise. We have many students who want to become teachers. What better way than to practice while you're in high school, right? And then lastly, our final ESN class that's going to be piloted is Transition A and B. And transition is really focused on that, transitioning from high school life to adulthood and preparing students for the adult transition program. And so ultimately, we are recommending to the Board of Trustees that the IPC recommendations are approved. At this time, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Discussion, question, colleagues.
Let's just
Katie
move-
got her hands up, so I think we just, yeah. Katie?
First of all, these courses look so exciting, and I'm a little
Right.
jealous I'm graduating. Oh, sorry. I think it's on now. Yes. I saw earlier that about the math textbooks for geometry, for example, like some teachers would be piloting one, some teachers would be piloting others. And there's students in various math classes as you roll out the new geometry, algebra 1, algebra 2. So how do you take into account the disparity of math preparedness for students going into like AP Calculus AB, where teachers would face students that come from different math textbook backgrounds, different math class backgrounds? Is that going to be difficult in the transition period when we're trying to align all the math courses?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's actually the purpose of IPC is to suss out the answer to that question. And so both of the textbooks are aligned to the California State Content Standards. And so it is the same stuff that they are learning, that students would be learning in those books, but it's being done in different ways. And so throughout the 3-year pilot, it's going to take us some time for teachers to teach those lessons, for students to use those books, to sort of see what the effects are. And so IPC is going to be going to different math classrooms at different schools, talking with students, talking with teachers, asking their opinions, and really trying to get a full picture of these two instructional resources and which ones are the best. Ultimately, one is going to win out, and there is going to be one selected and purchased by our district. In the meantime, though, they are both rigorous college preparatory instructional materials. So a student, if they're in one or the other, they're not going to be in a disadvantage. I would say it's just going to be different compared to a course that's using the other math textbook.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have regular testing for our students from, at least from the math level, do we not?
I'm sorry, we have regular.
We regularly test our students at the end of the year, whether the freshman, sophomore years, whether so we would have a pretty good idea where they are at the end of the year.
So in 11th grade, of course, we have the CASP, which is the state math test. In 9th and 10th grade, it's primarily teacher exams that are given. And so we'll be able to really look at achievement data when it comes to our different math courses, compare that to previous courses to see what the difference is. And so we will be able to look even and do it by pilot status, right? If someone's using McGraw-Hill or if someone is using Savas, we can compare student achievement between those two. Now, of course, there's obviously differences between teachers, which is why it's also cool that we'll have some teachers piloting both with different sections of students.
Another additional question or comment from colleagues?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Cortese, second by RRR. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
Motion passed. Aye. Motion passed unanimously.
I wish I had time to audit the mariachi class.
Let's go. Hey, I'd like to thank the both of you, but you did it to yourselves. You're now going to be permanently scheduled for 10:30 because you kept us, engaged. So
Thank you for making instruction, both you and Tere make instruction fun and worth like talking about and engaging. So just thank you for that, because it could easily be dry, but y'all give it that spice. So I appreciate that.
All right. 1202, discussion and on action to adopt the instructional continuity plan by Associate Superintendent Teresa Marquez, please. Welcome back.
Fires, floods, and COVID?
Huh?
Fires, floods, and COVID?
Fire, floods, and any other natural disaster emergency that can come our way, we are prepared. So this is a new item for us. It may bring flashbacks to exactly the COVID season when we were required to put various plans for continuity and instruction. So there is new legislation that has called for school districts to have permanent yet living documents that formulate an instructional continuity plan that would speak to our plan for addressing the needs of our students should there be any natural disaster, and looking at how would we return to in person, what would we do if we're not able to return in person. And so there's three major components that the plan requires. The first one is our communication, engagement, and support. Essentially, how are we going to communicate with our family, letting them know what the situation is, and how they're going to be able to respond to how we're going to respond to their needs. And that has to happen within 5 calendar days. And so the plan includes process and protocols for communication, engagement, and support. You could see it here as part of the plan. The second element is access and continuity of instruction. And essentially this is how are we going to ensure that our students have access to the instruction, whether it's one school that has shut down and we shift them over to a different site or consolidate schools, or if we go back to the virtual world of Zoom, having both synchronous and asynchronous learning. And so essentially this mirrors similar plans to what we had when we were in the pandemic. And so you could see that we have a response for remote instruction that would be aligned to the independent study standards, and that we would then potentially also ensure that we have a schedule that we would implement district-wide, of course, pending collaboration with our bargaining units. This also includes access to devices and internet connectivity, which you just heard our district would have no issues with that. We have the infrastructure to do that, both on hand with the access to the multiple devices that we have, as well as access to our community Wi-Fi. And then finally, the last component is professional development, ensuring that our staff and teachers are prepared to learn and build their capacity so that the instruction of our students is not interrupted or is minimally interrupted. And so administration is requesting adoption and approval of the plan as presented.
Second by Lay. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
Board President, while the remaining items are not on consent, I don't believe that the staff has any need to introduce it unless the board has questions on any of these items.
I have a question on 1301.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Discussion, I would ask them to approve the contract for professional service over 25,000. Mr. Tom Huynh.
So this is a standard item, but I do have a question about item 14 of the contract with San Jose Conservation Corps. That is for garbage and recycling?
Yes, that is for our garbage trash disposal services.
Is that something that we bid out, or we just?
We will have to bid out after this extension is over with. And so periodically by statute, we have to bid out every 5 years. And so in their current contract, we do not have to go to bid. We can extend their contract for another year. And then eventually we have to bid it out again.
Okay, so, and we bid out to, individual providers.
Yeah, we put a general RFP out for
Okay.
all vendors to bid for services.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know. I'll move to approve the 1301.
Second.
I'll move by Cortez, second by Al. Colleagues?
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. 1302, discussion and no action to approve the request, bid and request for proposal for general purchasing. Moved by Lay. Moved by Lay. That was 1302, moved by Lay, second by Herrera. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues? Motion
Aye.
pass. 1401, discussion and or action to approve declaration for need for fully qualified educator. So Superintendent Ginny Davis, unless you want to, or you just give me a thumbs up. Moved by Lay, second by
A second.
Cortese. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. 1402, discussions and or action to approve variable term waiver request for civic employees.
Move to approve. Oh,
Moved
second.
by Ayara, second by Cortese. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. 14-0, I'm going to make sure I get this right number. 1403, discussions and or action to approve proposed revised classified management job description
Move for approval.
for Director of Joint Judicial Service. Motion by Ayara, second by
Chavez.
Chavez.
Yeah.
Katie, how do you vote? Aye. Colleagues? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. 1404, discussion and action to approve proposed revised classified management job description for Director of Transportations.
Move to approve.
Motion by Lay, second by Cortese. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. 1405, discussion and action to receive first reading of proposed amendment to Board Policy 4030, non-discriminatory in employment.
Move to approve.
Moved by
Second.
Cortese, second by Herrera. Katie?
Oh, first reading.
See,
So
this
sorry.
discussion to receive. Okay, you know what? Ignore that. We just gonna accepted it, and then 1501, discussion and action to adopt resolution 2024-25 41, authorizing the filing application for state allocation
Move
board.
for approval.
Wait, I would like 30 seconds on this. I didn't understand it.
This
Someone?
essentially has the board authorize staff to submit to OPSC reimbursable projects to get funding back. This is related to Prop 2 for construction. So moving forward, when we have projects that are eligible for reimbursement, we can submit it to the state for reimbursement.
What kind of projects?
It varies depending on projects that satisfy the requirements. At some of our current projects, there are qualifications, and so they do meet those requirements. And so we do get money back from the state through the OPSC grant.
So these are like capital projects, like
Yes.
from
Capital improvement projects, bond.
like replacing an HVAC or building a building from scratch or what?
More likely building buildings and upgrading larger facilities and not
Okay.
necessarily smaller upgrades.
All right, thank you.
So can someone refresh my memory on the motions? Was it motion by Cortese, second by Herrera?
Manuel, I think.
It was Herrera.
Okay, let's try that again.
Point the finger.
Motion by Herrera, second by
So I'll second.
Cortese. Katie, how do you vote? All right, colleagues, please.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Motion passed.
That was on item.
That was item 1501.
Got it.
Now we're going to 1503. Discussion action to approve the request for proposal award for bond capital projects.
What happened to 15? Oh, I see.
We,
Okay.
we did 1502
Move
earlier.
to approve 1503.
Motion by Cortese, second by Lay. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
Aye, motion passed 5-0. 1504, discussion and or action to approve bond capital project contract for
For approval.
professional service over $50,000. Motion by Herrera. I need a second. Second by Chavez. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues? Aye,
Aye.
motion passed.
Move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Herrera, second by Cortese. Katie, how do you vote? Colleagues?
Aye.
Aye, motion passed, consent calendar. All right, I'm skipping all the way out to item 2201, opportunity for board trustee to request item future agenda. Any requests?
No request.
Not from me.
All right, no requests. Future items, 2202, any comment anybody want to make? Otherwise, I will skip that and move forward to 2301.
We're gonna get some out of the way in the next meeting, and then we'll be returning in August to knock out the ones that have been sitting there for a while. So we should be able to clear the board probably in the next 2 or 3 meetings.
All right. I love the sound of that. Thank you very much, Superintendent Vendies. Forgive me for flipping that one. All right. Communications from the member of the board. If I may start with my left, Trustee Cortese, please.
Not a lot to say, just so exciting to be part of the graduation
Yeah.
thing again, and just always moves me so much. Anyway, happy to shake Katie's hand at graduation last night. So that's it. That's it for me.
Happy end of the year.
Sorry, and welcome to our new.
Yes.
Very
Welcome.
excited to work with these two.
You know, I really like seeing a lot of kids, students. So I wouldn't be opposed to having more of our students join us, so we can have their voices here. Just something to think about. Happy end of the year for everybody. What a year, huh? I feel like every year just it's like, oh, that was a hard year. Oh, that was a hard year. It doesn't get easier any year. So just huge appreciation to our whole community, our staff, our parents, and just huge celebrations for all of our kids, especially our seniors. And Katie, we're gonna miss you. But don't be a stranger. It's been great working with you this past year.
Trustee Herrera, please.
Buenas noches, everybody.
Buenas noches.
I want to say that in the past 2.5 weeks, I took time out of my busy schedule to visit several schools, and I'm so glad I did it. It was absolutely worth it. This visit gave me a clear understanding of the unique challenge in each school faces, and I truly enjoy seeing the amazing work happening in our district. I want to sincere thanks all of the principal, associate principal, and the warm welcome and taking the time to answer my question and guide me to the campus. To the teacher who's allowed me to stop by even briefly, thank you. It was truly inspiring to witness the dedication and passion you bring into the classroom each day. To all our teachers and staff, thank you for your tireless effort in supporting our students this school year. Your work has not gone unnoticed, and your impact is deeply appreciated. Looking ahead, I would like to request that we consider holding monthly student performance or presentation at the ballroom next school year to highlight the program, the magnet program, or showcase the incredible talents, skill of the student. If coordinating in person performance become too time consuming, we could instead feature a short video each month to celebrate their achievement. Wishing each of you a restful and well-deserved summer. Please take time to relax and recharge. You are more than earned it. Thank you.
All right, no additional comment from me. Thank you very much for our colleagues and for staff, and of course, graduation time. So congratulations to all our graduates. All right, 2302, Katie Hyung, your student governing board representative, comment.
Okay, so we had our multicultural festival May 29th. It was the last Thursday. It was the day right before the last day of school. And I'm really surprised that we had quite a lot of people show up, more than our committee was expecting. We were really nervous about it, but I'd like to shout out a big thank you to Mr. Berg and the custodial team at Independence for staying all the way until we ended. I think it was around like 8:30. And especially to the whole entire student governing board, who we had this idea a few months ago. We were like, oh, it's really late in the year, but we talked to Mr. Vanderzee. He helped us out, and Mary, and we were able to really get it going. So thank you so much. And hopefully next year it's going to be bigger. We're going to have more vendors, more performances, but I think this year is a really great start. And then lastly, this is my last meeting here. So I just want to say thank you to the whole board for giving me a spot to voice my opinion. It means a lot how much the board takes into account student input and welcomes it every single time. And I've learned so much just by sitting here. Now, all these presentations, most of them I don't understand, but the ones that I do, it's really impactful, and I'm really grateful to sit here. So thank you very much for welcoming me this whole year, and I'll miss you all very much. Thank you.
'2303, Superintendent Len Vanderzee.
Congratulations to all the graduates, to all our freshmen or rising freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or coming into the senior year. We'll meet you back in August with the Spartan East Side Promise and be ready to go. Staff, thank you for all the way you supported our students. And when I say staff, I mean everybody. I mean, it really, everyone's got a role in the success. I do want to remind the community that on June 9th at Santa Teresa, there will be a workshop. This will not be a public hearing, but a workshop in where people who would like to take a look at creating maps as we go to trustee area voting and going through that process. This is part of a 5 hearing process. There's 2 workshops, June 9th at Santa Teresa and then on June 30th. You're welcome to attend. You can bring your own laptop. Otherwise, there will be about 60 laptops available for folk if they just want to show up and work on that. So welcome to that. And then also just a reminder that our next board meeting is on a Tuesday, the 17th, not our usual Thursday. And so that will be our last board meeting of the year.
2401, legal counsel.
Closed session item 2.02. The board unanimously approved the suspended expulsion for student 24-25-008. Also closed session 2.02, the board unanimously approved the suspended expulsion for student 24-25-009 as amended by the board. Closed session item 2.07, the board unanimously approved a settlement agreement and general release with Kelly Young on behalf of a student, which provides for the provision of educational services and placement for the 25-26 school years. There are no monetary terms as part of this agreement. And also, closed session item 2.07, the board unanimously rejected the claim of J. Andrade Chavez, and that was unanimous. There are no further actions to report.
It is now 10:48 p.m. We will now adjourn the meeting.